Fellow States, the Honorable Justice Esther Amenagawo Edige, please warmly make welcome to my Lord. My Lord, the Honorable Justice Otabo Lumo, former President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Edo, we acknowledge your presence. We welcome you very warmly. I'd like to welcome High Chief Tom Ihimi, former Foreign Affairs Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and a great son of Edo. We acknowledge your presence. Chancellor of the Great University of Benin and Chairman, Committees of Vice Chancellors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Lilian Imoitiya Salami, represented by Professor Benson Osadolo, Professor of History and International Studies, Prince M.M. Ogedegbe, the Crown Prince of Emerald, we welcome you. His Royal Highness Aslem Aidonoje Leonoje of Uromi is here with a galaxy of Royal Highnesses. As we get to meet them, we'll acknowledge them. We'll appreciate it. You can beckon on any of the ushers and send the people across. His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Osayame Ugiagbe, we welcome you. We appreciate your presence at this event. Thank you for coming. We welcome you. Professor Raphael Adege, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Igbinedion University Okada, representing the Vice Chancellor. Barrister Unduka Wabene, Zonal Commander, Napti Benin Zonal Command, we acknowledge you. Come here. The Excellencies are almost here, and as soon as they arrive, we will go straight to the nitty-gritty of this event. Democracy Dialogue by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, with the theme, Functional Education and Effective Political Leadership as a Panacea to African Growth and Development. This is indeed a very historic moment and very dear to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to especially welcome the Executive Director of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, the fellow Standard Fisher Family Fellow, Ms. Anne Iyono, MPI. Please warmly welcome with a round of applause. We thank you for your presence here today. Mr. Watson Eluseni, CEO Nestle Nigerian PSC, represented by Oyeme Agbogun, Field Operations Manager, South-Southwest. We welcome you very warmly to this event. Thank you for making a date with us here in Edo. Thank you for your very wonderful presence. We're getting ready to officially begin. And at that point, I will hand over the microphone to my colleague who will share this microphone with me. From the Edo State University, we welcome the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dawood Ikbefo, Edo State University of Zaire, Pioneer Vice Chancellor, Engineer Professor Emmanuel Aluyo, the Bossa, Dr. Saigi Osifo, the Provost of the College of Medicine, Dr. S.K. Atoy, and Council Member, Ifoeko Omoegui Okao, MFR, and of course, former Chairman, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Scholarly Honorable Commissioner for Education to the Government of Edo State, Honorable Dr. John Osa of Yahweh. Can we please applaud her and make her welcome? Welcome their counterparts. I can see Honorable Stephen Idehere, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Chief Dr. Uyi Oduwa Malaka, Honorable Commissioner for Culture, Arts, Tourism and Diaspora. We welcome you. We can welcome also architects Joshua Mokodion, Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability Edo. We thank you for your presence here. Very, very wonderful permanent secretaries, particularly the Permanent Secretary, Government House and Protocol, Mrs. Edith Sede. The IOM boss, Ms. Wintama Tarekin, we appreciate your presence and we welcome you to this event. Dr. Imafidon Osama Agbonile, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital Medical Director, we welcome you to this event. Dr. Mrs. Christiana Vincent Atako, President and Chairman of Council, Nigerian Institute of Management, we appreciate your presence. Deputy Chief of Staff, Delta States, Honorable Barrister Chris Osakwe, we acknowledge your presence and we welcome you very warmly. Ms. Angela Jide Jones, Philanthropy per excellence, and a great daughter of Edo. We thank you for all you do for our people. We are always proud to have you. God bless you for all you do for Edo. The former Vice Chancellor UNIMED, Professor EAC Wanze, we appreciate your presence and we welcome you so much to this event. We'll appreciate if you all step back. You have to step back. Step back.
let's step back. Let's step back. Let's step back. Let's all move back now.
The Executive Governor of Edo, Godwin Nongagase Opasaki, and of course, our very holy thanks, His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Can we invite all the school children for the national anthem to please come as I hand over to my very beloved sister, Taribio.
Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green.
The cameraman, you can take your shots and move, please. The cameraman, take your shots and then move to the sides. Distinguished members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, please take your shots and move. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties and Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Edo State Anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Through trials and toils may leave us, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, so our proud to stand, our souls we hold our land. Our flag shall be our symbol, that true Asote Edo Okula Edo Weutu no Tevi Nigeria Asote Edo Okula Edo Ikita Tefio Kane Wegebo na Yago Kele Beautiful Edo Edo You're the heartbeat of Nigeria Beautiful Edo Edo Start a singing over you You're the land on the
Thank you very much. You may please be seated and let the applause be better for these great leaders of tomorrow. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the governor of Edo State couldn't help smiling all through as the children were making him proud. Indeed, we're in the era of Edo Best 2.0, and I have to give it to the children. The synchronization, the melody of the voices was exceptional. Please appreciate the children again. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue 2024. Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Your Excellency, our mother, Mama Peace, Dr. Dame Patience Faka Jonathan, the wife of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, CGH, Chief of the Order of the Golden Heart of Kenya, former President of Kenya and Chairman of this occasion. You're welcome, Your Excellency. May I also recognize here with us His Excellency Thomas Boni Yagi, former President of the Republic of Benin and former Chairman of the African Union. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Bienvenue. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I also recognize here with us the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was a Vice President to the former President when he was President of Nigeria. His Excellency Architect Namadi Sambo, GCON. Please a round of applause for him. May I also recognize here His Excellency Dr. Neva Sequila Mumba, former Vice President, the Republic of Zambia. Please a round of applause for him. Permit me at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the man who is the visionary of the project Edo Best 2.0, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, Governor of Edo State, and his ever beautiful and compassionate and supportive wife, Her Excellency Dr. Betsy Obaseki, First Lady of Edo State. May I at this point, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognize His Excellency Shri G. Balasubramanian, Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, and one of our panelists today. Please a round of applause for him. We also have here seated His Excellency Engineer Godwin's Marvelous Omobayo, Deputy Governor of Edo State. Please a round of applause for him. And seated here also by his side is His Excellency Senator Lawrence Erujakpo, PhD, the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. Please a round of applause for His Excellency. May I at this point specially state that he is the Deputy Governor of my state. You're welcome, Your Excellency. I'd like to also recognize the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, His Excellency Muhammad Awal Jato. Please a round of applause for him. And seated also here is the Deputy Governor of Delta State, Sam Monday Oyeme. Please put your hands together for him. Members of the National Assembly who are here in their numbers will recognize you. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to recognize, I'm told we have here the Ambassador of Switzerland here, Your Excellency Ambassador Martins. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. May I recognize honorable ministers and members of the Federal Executive Council, and in particular the Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable Professor Tahir Maman, Officer of the Order of the Niger and Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. The Right Honorable Speaker of Edo State, Right Honorable Blessing Sheriff Agbegbaku. Please, a round of applause for him. And we have that of Bayelsa State, Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere. Delta State, Right Honorable Emomotimi Guo. May I recognize, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Edo State, who is here with us. His Excellency, Senator Professor Osereme Osubo, former Governor of Edo State. A round of applause. Also here seated is His Excellency Chief Mike Ayegbeni Ogiadome, CFR, former Deputy Governor of Edo State and former Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to recognize here with us the former Governor of Anambra State and former presidential candidate who is here with us, His Excellency Peter Obi. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, nice here, the Secretary to the Government of Edo State, Osarodion Oge Esquire. Also here is the Head of Service to the Government of Edo State, Dr. Anthony Osas Okungbowa Esquire. Please, a round of applause. We have here also seated the Chief of Staff to the Government of Edo State, Dr. Engineer Tony Osaigbovo Iyoha. Please put your hands together for them. I would like to, at this point, specially recognize our traditional covering here, His Royal Majesty Oba of Benin, who is ably represented here by the regally and majestically dressed princes and chiefs here. Oba Otokwe, honorable members of the state's houses of assembly here present, may I, at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognize the woman who caught the vision of the foundation and is translating it to actionable projects. Miss Anne Iyono, MPI, Executive Director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Yale Fellow and Stanford Fisher Family Fellow. Please, a round of applause for her. I would like to, at this point, specially recognize the keynote speaker, Professor Olubayi, Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding, and Chairman, University Council, Cavendish University. The chairman of political parties here present, former members of the National Assembly here present, former ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, former speakers and members of the state's houses of assembly here present, members of the state executive councils of several states here, service commanders, local government chairmen and chairpersons, top government functionaries, permanent secretaries and heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, traditional and religious leaders here present, members of the academia, and our respected moderator, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, and the member of the Board of Trustees, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and other panelists who will be recognized here. May I in particular recognize His Excellency Njoya Tikum, Director, UNDP, Sub-Regional Hub of West and Central Africa, UNDP WACA. Please, a round of applause for them. I'll also like to specially recognize those who make the private sector thrive, which are the captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here before you to formally announce the commencement of the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. And this year, we have made sure that the theme is one that touches each and every one of us. Coincidentally, the Edo State government and the people of the state are in the week of their education, and just yesterday they had their education award, where those who have contributed to the growth and development of Edo State educationally were given awards. And so having the theme of this event coincide with the Education Week is not only apt but divine. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme, functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development, ensures that Africa develop as other parts of the world, including the western part of the world, and ensure that developmentally that we're at par with other parts of the world. In the course of today, we'll have discussions and panel sessions that will set the tone for a new map and a new trajectory for Nigeria and West Africa and the African region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this note, may I humbly introduce myself. My name is Taribio Wilson Owei-Fawari, and that is the short version. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point to introduce the woman who will set the tone for the 2024 GJF Democracy Dialogue. Again, the Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Miss Anne Iyonu, MPI. Please keep the applause going till she gets here. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you who have been with us for a long time, and for those of you who are just joining us for the first time. This year marks 3 years of holding our annual Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue with the theme Functional Education and Effective Political Leadership as a panacea for Africa's growth and development. We are very proud to be able to host it today here in the ancient city of Benin with all of you. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to all of you who generously helped us to make this event come together to become a success. We couldn't have done it without you. Our special thanks to the Governor, His Excellency, Godwin Obaseki. Please a round of applause for him. The quest for solutions to Africa's governance and democratic challenge is indeed in line with the Foundation's very mission. As a foundation, we understand that peace, security, good governance are critical for the achievement of the sustainable development on the African continent. And in that regard, over the past 9 years, the Foundation has actively explored opportunities for strengthening democratic governance across the continent. Since its inception, we hold this democracy dialogue yearly to appraise the continent's democratic journey toward ensuring that our democratic politics and governance are more deliberately and strategically underpinned with a developmental ethos, vision, and practice. Education has been identified as a fundamental means for the state to empower its citizens. Scholars have long argued that a healthy democracy requires an educated, politically engaged citizenry. The consensus is that for any state to achieve accurate and meaningful development, priority must be given to quality education. And in echoing the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful tool or weapon which you can use to change the world. Excuse me. Indeed, education serves as a transformative force, fostering economic development, societal progress, and individual empowerment, as functional education goes beyond just the normal classroom education. And so, therefore, in Africa, the significance of education cannot be overstated. To comprehend the importance of education, it is pertinent for us to examine the current state of our education in Africa. According to UNESCO, a report according to UNESCO in 2023, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest out-of-school rate globally, with over 30 million primary school aged children lacking access to education. 30 million. And that report was for 2023. So without urgent action, the situation will likely get worse, as the region faces a rising demand for education due to a still growing age population. Africa is a young continent. It's a continent that has more young people than old people. So it's an urgent call for us to take the case of education seriously. While there isn't any specific statistic, actually, that quantifies the exact number of African governments prioritizing functional education, many countries on the continent have recognized the importance of functional education in driving socio-economic development and have implemented various policies and initiatives to promote it. However, these efforts are abysmal or negligent at best. There is now, therefore, like I stated earlier, the urgent need to do more. Achieving functional education and effective political leadership are interconnected goals that require the commitment of everybody, concerted efforts from governments, from civil society, and of course the private sector. Functional education can empower citizens to actively participate in the political process, hold their leaders accountable, and contribute to the socio-economic development of their countries. Conversely, effective political leadership can create an enabling environment for education, investment in human capital, and the creation of opportunities for all citizens to thrive. There are challenges, we know, and these challenges, such as inadequate funding, infrastructure deficits, political instability, persistent abuse of power, corruption, and socioeconomic inequalities, and the failure to create an environment for the continuous evolution of succeeding generations of young African leaders with competence, integrity, vision, and commitment, and skills for peace building and social justice continue to hinder the realization of functional education and effective political leadership in Africa. Addressing these challenges requires sustained commitment, innovative policies, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that education systems in our countries are responsive to the needs of learners and that political leaders are accountable to the people they serve. If you take a look around the room today, you will see that we have various stakeholders seated and represented here today. So I am speaking to all of us here today. Your Excellencies, traditional rulers, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of education in our continent is undeniable. It is our potent tool for economic development. It is our tool for democratic advancement, societal progress, poverty alleviation, and individual empowerment. This event is therefore a call to action, to draw attention to the frailty that hinder the developmental realization of our great continent. As we aspire to be a more equitable and prosperous continent, investing in education in Africa must be a top priority. We at the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation hope that at the end of today's deliberations, we will be able to develop consensus on the urgency for prioritizing quality education and structural leadership recruitment for advancing growth and development in Africa. Once again, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you for finding time out of your very hectic schedules to be here with us. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for that very wonderful welcome, setting the tune for the 2024 GJF Democracy Dialogue. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, very distinguished guests, permit me at this point to invite for the welcome address the education-friendly Governor of Edo, the technocrat in power, the wait-and-see Governor, His Excellency Godwin Nogegase Obaseki. Shall we please be upstanding to welcome His Excellency that has made education an international sphere with pragmatic demos and indices of a great statesman, the worker-friendly governor, and the man that has paid the highest minimum wage in Nigeria. Can the applause be resounding for His Excellency? Edo people, can you wave to your governor? Can you make it resounding?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. The founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Ebele Jonathan, GCON, GCFR. Please, Your Excellency, because of time, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. I'm indeed very delighted to welcome all of you guests and dignitaries. Level platform where African leaders and local leaders have gathered to have and hold very honest conversations on the state of our democracy on the continent, and also to discuss on the undeniable role of education in fostering Africa's growth and development. This is an auspicious moment for us to put education at the heart of our policy and investments as political leaders. Because, as you already know, the African Union declared 2024 as the year of education in Africa, precisely to refocus our attention on this very important issue of education. I want to appreciate the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for organizing this third edition of the Democracy Day Dialogue in Benin City, the heartbeats of Nigeria. And also use this opportunity to welcome our visiting African leaders who have come here today to share their insights, wisdom, and experiences on fostering democracy across our continent. Sir, the leadership you showed at a critical moment in our nation, Nigeria, has ensured a peaceful transition of power in our dear country. We celebrated Democracy Day yesterday, but for the action you took, we may not have had the opportunity to do so. And therefore you will find Thank you, and sorry for that interruption. And you will all forever be praised in the annals of the history of our country. Truly, your actions demonstrated the vision of your foundation, which is to have peaceful, just, and progressive nations of Africa. This is what we all aspire to. Africa is at a crossroad. We are blessed with a very youthful population. Over 400 million people on the continent are aged between 15 and 35. And these young people are yearning for opportunities. But the challenge has been how to harness the energies of our youthful population to engender sustainable development for our people. So the theme of this democracy dialogue by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, which is functional education and effective political leadership as the panacea to Africa's growth and development, is very, very apt. Because it captures the essence of the task ahead and also places the burden of the responsibility rightly at the foot of all of us political leaders on the continent. We, political leaders, are responsible for taking the decisions that will allow our children and young people to play their parts in enabling a more prosperous, peaceful, and just society. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, the future is for Africa. And I say so because by the year 2050, 1 out of every 4 people on the planet will be African. Also, by 2050, 40% of all persons that are aged under 18 in the world, which will be over 1 billion children, will be African. By the end of this century, Africa's working age population will constitute 42% of the global total, which will be up from 14% in 2020. Therefore, the decisions we make on our continent will not only affect us, but affect the whole world in the near future. Technology is reshaping our world. Nearly 25% of jobs will be disrupted by technology in the continent in the next 5 years. And by the year 2030, about 230 million jobs in Africa will require digital skills. Thank God, our young people are already showing us what they can do by capitalizing on technology and the digital evolution which is raging in Africa as the young people are becoming entrepreneurs across the continent. So the big question is, what are we doing? We, political leaders, who are responsible for the progress of our people, are we doing enough? It is therefore apt that we discuss this topic here today in Edo State, which is the heartbeat of Nigeria, like I said, because we can say in Edo State that we have walked this talk. Because in the last 7.5 years, I will test to say that no other subnational in our continent, in our country, has paid as much attention to the state of public education as we have in Edo State. Upon assuming office in 2016, we were clear about our mandates and what must be done to address the rot in our educational sector in Nigeria. The burning platform for us was to hear those horrific tales of our young boys and girls who were illegally trafficked to Europe, who risked their lives crossing the Sahara Desert to just looking for the golden fleece in Europe. Listening to them and to our citizens in various communities in Edo, we were convinced that except we make sustained investment in basic education, we will not be able to reform our society. That was what led us to design and implement a very ambitious reform program in public education called Edo Basic Education Sector Transformation, popularly known as Edo BEST. This has brought us to the attention of other states in Nigeria and other countries on the continent, some of whom have come to understudy what we have done. We have hosted teams from other states in Nigeria, from other countries in Africa like Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and others, who have come to learn about our reforms. Our efforts with Edo BEST brought us to the attention of the world, as I said, which has enabled us as a sub-sovereign in Nigeria to be championed and placed among sovereign countries globally who are recognized for leadership in education reform. Let me take this opportunity to specifically note the leadership demonstrated by the President Uhuru Kenyatta, under whose leadership Kenya was selected to be an African accelerator country, just like Edo State. President Kenyatta placed education at the core of national development in advancing Kenya's Vision 2030, ensuring that over 20% of the government's budget and 5% of Kenya's GDP was allocated to education. Thank you, Mr. President. His leadership on education across the continent and globally was celebrated in many ways, including the fact that he played a critical role as a co-host of the Global Partnership for Education Replenishment Fund in 2021, which raised over $4 billion for low and medium income countries, including many countries in Africa, to help with their education systems. Kenya continues to reap the benefits of this commitment to education, as Kenya's incomes remain amongst the highest on the continent, thus providing a basis for their growth. No wonder the President Goodluck Jonathan Foundation thought it wise to invite him to Benin City to come and host and chair this event. For us in Edo, the independent assessments have shown that the learning levels of our children are now at par with the learning levels of growing middle-income economies. Around 70% of learning levels in advanced economies, which is to say, our children in Edo State today are now able to read and have numeracy skills that is almost 70% compared with any child of their age in advanced countries. I would like to thank all guests who are present here today, who have traveled from far and near to engage in this stimulating conversation here in Edo State. I enjoin all of you to bask in the cultural offerings of our ancient city of Benin. Please take out time to visit cultural sites, particularly our bronze casting sites on the Gun streets and other cultural heritage sites which we have in our state. Once again, I wish you all a very, very fruitful deliberations as we now open today's proceedings. Thank you and welcome.
We must move forward. Move forward. Backward never. Yo, yo, yo. No come for that reason. Move forward. Backward never. Yo, yo, yo. Forward ever. Backward never. Obaseki na demand.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki. Please, a round of applause for him again. And of course, scrolling on the screen just a moment ago were some of the projects, educational projects of the Governor and his administration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while he was speaking, he drew a nexus of the achievements of Kenya under the former president, and of course the achievements of his government under his administration. And I have to say that Edo State is indeed doing very well. There's a popular saying that if you set yourself on fire, the world will come to watch you burn. Now, on a positive note, if you're doing something exceptionally well, the world will indeed come and watch you and partake. And I saw that yesterday when we had people coming from different countries to receive awards because they had contributed to educational development. Put your hands together again for His Excellency the Governor. And of course, his ever supportive wife who is by his side. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for you to understand why we are here and why we have the theme for this year, you need to understand how education is important to the former president of Nigeria. Let me take your minds back to a little community in Ogbia local government area of Bayelsa State called Otweke, and a young boy who could barely afford the amenities or even clothing and shoes, struggling to go to school, but due to sheer hard work, commitment, and doggedness, he obtained education and got to the pinnacle in Nigeria, the highest political office in Nigeria. Why would he not support other young ones to get education? Why would he not set a platform for others to get it easier than he got it? And he knows that there is a correlation between education and growth, because you only see as far as you are knowledgeable about. Please, let's appreciate the former president again for this foundation and for supporting education in not just Nigeria, Africa, and the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to fully show their support today, we have a big delegation from Bayelsa State. Permit me at this point to recognize them. The former president would like to know that they are all here to support him. We have again the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State here, distinguished Senator Lawrence Irujakwa, PhD. And for those who do not know, while Edo State can have the bragging rights for artifacts, including those that were exported, we have the bragging rights. This is not just a historian, but one who is vast proverbs. So when you bring your artifacts, we'll bring the book in about African proverbs. Please, a round of applause for him again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, also here with us are members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere. Please, a round of applause for him. That's the Speaker. Right Honorable Monday Edwin Obolobubo, that's the leader of the House and is representing Southern Niger Constituency 2. We also have the Chief Whip, Honorable Gabriel Ogbara, Ogba Constituency 3. Also here is Honorable Sunday Bernard Kenabai, Sagbama Constituency 2, and Deputy Majority Leader of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, Honorable Waikomo Amakromo, Yenagwa Constituency 2, and Deputy Minority Leader. Honorable Teddy Tombra Elemefru, Yenagwa Constituency 3, and Deputy Chief Whip. Also here is Honorable Timi Omobo Agala, Brass Constituency 2, and Minority Whip. Honorable Dr. Charles Daniel, Brass Constituency 1. Honorable Onyike God Bless, Sagbama Constituency 1. Honorable Moses Marlon, Southern Niger 3. Honorable Richard Ibegu, Ogbea 1. Honorable Mrs. Ebizi Indiomu Brown, Sagbama Constituency 3. Honorable Mrs. Egba Aibanengiefa, Yenagwa 1. Honorable Dr. Wisdom Fafi, Kolokumo Pokuma Constituency 2, and Honorable Obeying God Knows, Ogbea Constituency 2. These are members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly who are all here. And that's not all. We also have members of the academia here. May I, at this point, first and foremost, recognize a traditional ruler here with us, His Royal Majesty King Amalate Johnny Turner, the Obanoban of Oloibiri clan in Bayelsa State. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have the professor, that's the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Otweke, Professor Teddy Adias. Please, a round of applause for him. Professor Edmond Alison Oguru, former Secretary to State Government Bayelsa State. Professor Robert Faith, medical practitioner and lecturer of the Niger Delta University, and Honorable Tobias James, former Commissioner for Education in Bayelsa State. We have here a member of the House of Representatives representing Ogbea Federal Constituency, Honorable Chief Mitema Obodo. Also here, Honorable Robert Enoa, former House of Assembly member, Honorable Misudame Ibu, who is also here. May I also recognize Professor Kunle Olowu, Professor Francis Sikoki, the former Commissioner for Health, Honorable Newton Pabara, and also here is Professor Seifa Brisibe. I also saw earlier Architect Ruben Okoya. Please, a round of applause for these distinguished personalities. Also, members of the Bayelsa State Executive Council are here in their numbers. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Gentle Emela, and that of Youths, Honorable Dr. Daniel Igali, and the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Mr. Flint George. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for each and every one of them. I would like to, at this point, inform us, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that this event is not only streamed live on national televisions, but we also have them on Facebook and YouTube. And for Facebook, the handle is at GEJ Foundation. GEJ Foundation, that's the handle for the live stream on Facebook and YouTube. And do me a favor, please take a selfie. Take photographs while you are here and put the hashtag Democracy GJF Democracy Dialogue 2024. Please, can you write it down? I'll take it again. GJF Democracy Day Dialogue 2024. Make sure all the photographs you post have the hashtag. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage a man whom his parents had the foresight to name Freedom because they anticipated the freedom of his country when they gave birth to him. And like prophets, it came to pass, the country gained independence And I believe that's because they named you Freedom. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he on his part ensured that the country continued to be free by making sure that educational projects are given first right of place. It gives me great pleasure on this note to invite him, because the governor has already done a wonderful job highlighting most of his achievements, to invite on stage the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President of Kenya 2013 to 2022.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency and dear brother, President Jonathan Goodluck Jonathan, our host, His Excellency Goodwin Obaseki, Your Excellency, the former President of Benin, Thomas Boni Aye, Your Excellencies, the former Vice President of Zambia, and the former Vice President of Nigeria, Your Highnesses, traditional leaders, deputy governors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin. Let me begin by saying that I'm deeply honored and humbled to be invited by my brother and friend, the former President of Nigeria, President Goodluck Jonathan, to participate in this forum. Indeed, education and the leadership agenda is one that is very close to my heart, and I believe to all our hearts. And this is because we must never be allowed to fall by the wayside as we build our African continent, a continent that each and every one of us calls home. It is said that when you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach him to fish, you have fed him for a lifetime. Education is the lifeline for our children to sustain themselves in the ever-challenging and changing global landscape. As leaders, our mandate is to ensure that the vision of our nations, as well as our continent, can be fulfilled. And indeed, it is possible to achieve a better future for our continent. It is not possible to achieve a better future for our continent without significant investment in education and the correct capacity building. The African continent today finds itself at a very critical position as far as history is concerned. We must recognize that the discussions we have in this session will shape the future of our continent, because as a continent, today, we are faced with several that are great impediments to our progress. This, however, should not stand in the way of our transformative agenda of change. And that transformative agenda is anchored in education and leadership. In Kenya, we made deliberate efforts to preserve the continuity of education through various developments for the sake of our future. We continue to dedicate resources to stabilize remote regions, to build schools and post educators so that the literacy gap between urban and rural centers could be closed. We introduced free primary education so that no child would be left behind in the formative years of their development. During my tenure, my government intentionally set aside funds and heavily invested in education-based infrastructure. We built classrooms across the country, and already existing classrooms were further improved to enable them to accommodate more students. And this we did in collaboration with local leadership and communities. We went further to establish community-based management schools, where community-based organizations and parent-teacher associations played a critical role in mobilizing resources and managing schools, as well as carrying out an oversight role. This ensured that our children did not have to travel far to get a good education. As a government, I initiated the 100% transition from primary to secondary level education. This meant that all Kenyan children who left primary school would find a place in a high school in order to continue with their education. This program ensured that our children from across the country got equal exposure to learning opportunities regardless of their socio-economic background. To further even the playing field, we invested considerably in the digitization of the education sector. Digital literacy was a key priority for Kenya, to ensure that our children were not left out of the global village. ICT laboratories and centers were set up by government to enhance learning environments and digital literacy. Our vision and goal was to ensure that every Kenyan child had the same opportunity, and we embarked on a program to give all children an equal fighting chance in the fast-paced and ever-evolving global village. Our two projects involved re-energizing and refocusing of the education curriculum and improving digital literacy. This also led out to a multi-pronged rollout of ensuring that every single primary school in our republic was connected to the electric grid, and where the grid was not, was powered through solar and other such technology. To achieve this, and also to further enhance our digital program, every government-owned primary school student was to receive a tablet to breach the gap of digital literacy between urban students and children in rural areas. We went further to introduce the competency-based curriculum designed to equip our children with skills and to give them a hands-on approach in problem-solving techniques through assessments made in every stage of their learning. This curriculum ensures that the child's talent is identified and therefore nurtured, them with the opportunity to cast their nets wide when it comes to a selection of a profession. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I share our experiences in Kenya to illustrate the importance of functional education and the place of political leadership in making this dream a reality. Political goodwill is very key in implementing strategies and mobilizing resources to unlock the potential that lies within or outside our continent for sustainable growth and prosperity. As a continent, we must look at our curricula in comparison with the changing global needs and embrace them that aims to foster critical thinking, innovation, and creativity, as this will bolster the continent to unmeasurable heights. It is our task as leaders of this great continent to empower our young and youth with the tools that will shape and prepare them to be great and active participants in the global economy. It is equally our duty to ensure that our young people become effective agents of positive change in their communities. We must therefore invest in education to ensure inclusivity, diversity, and equal opportunity for all our children. This will help foster a conducive environment for innovation and growth. As African leaders gathered here today, past, present, and from the applause I heard, possible future leaders, let us take up this task with the seriousness that it deserves. We need to do this in order to prepare our leaders of tomorrow. The deliberations that will be held here today must by all means provide a roadmap, develop strategies and policies that will set our continent on a winning trajectory. We need to understand that the example that we set will serve to teach our precious children who look up to us with expectation and anticipation. Rhetoric and empty promises and lack of tangible actions by we, the leaders of today, only serves to destroy our future. We must therefore lead by example, embodying values of honesty, humility, and servant leadership. We must work on eradicating corruption and the mismanagement of public resources, as they are the cancer that stifles progress and destroys public trust. The composition of this audience today comprises highly educated men and women who have sought wisdom from the globe for the benefit of our beloved continent. We are therefore charged with the responsibility to ensure that the youth in our respective communities and countries can also benefit from quality education right here in our mother continent, Africa. Let us acknowledge our challenges and find ways to do more and be more than just famous names. To be the great builders of Africa's future, and that can only be achieved if we invest in our education and we invest in our children, thereby in our future. Let us intentionally empower our young people, intentionally allow ourselves to be held accountable as we carry our duty to our people. Unity is our strength. Africa has a lot of potential, and we have the key to usher the continent into an era of prosperity, peace, and sustainable development. My hope is that the deliberations we begin today will be the step we need in our journey to build the Africa we dream of, an Africa that will secure its place in the global arena by empowering our youth through education. Not just an education, but an education that will make them competitive, encourage them to be innovative, and to embrace creativity. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki. I congratulate you for the enormous strides that you and your government have taken to further the education of the children of Edo State. Well done to you and your team. Congratulations once again. And may you keep up with this great work. May God bless you all. May God bless beautiful Edo. May God bless Nigeria.
Amen.
God bless Africa and her children. And I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, can the applause be made resounding for His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of Kenya, and the indefatigable chairman for these events. Please, one more round of applause for His Excellency. We will next have a goodwill message. His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, is very much here with his representatives to give solidarity to these events. And I'd like to recognize Princess Barrister Mrs. Iku Aimiwo Ubinohwa Oredoya. Can we please applaud her? And on the entourage, we also have Chief Osaro Ida, the Obazelo of Benin, Chief Matthew Atama, the Ogesoba of Benin, Chief George Ige Ekato, the Obasogi of Benin. And as royalties of this great land, the Iyase of Benin, the Prime Minister of Benin Kingdom, Chief Sam Igbe. And seated next, the very handsome Esama of the universe. And the Romanian ambassador to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawao Igbenedion. Chancellor Igbenedion University Okada, certificate number 001. First private university in this country is from Edo. And His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedo Ukwa Oba Ewai the Second Ogidigam, Oba Tokbe, will now send his goodwill message through Ubinohwa. Wawadikbek Bobone.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge the chief host, His Excellency, former President Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON. I am here before you today with the great honor of presenting to you my father's goodwill message. And I read, goodwill message delivered by His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedo Ukwa-Akpolokpolo, Ewaye II, CFR, Oba of Benin, on the occasion of the Dr. Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue held on Thursday the 13th, which is today, in the ancient city of Benin, Edo State. It is with great pleasure that I welcome His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other distinguished guests to the ancient city of Benin on the occasion of the Democracy Dialogue organized by the Dr. Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. I also heartily welcome all other participants to this ancient city. The decision to host this important event in Benin City is of particular delight to me. It is a practical demonstration of the regard His Excellency Dr. Jonathan has always shown to the good people of Edo State, even during his tenure as President of Nigeria. I recall with fond memories my time as Nigerian ambassador before and in His Excellency's government, especially the courtesies he accorded to me during my service years under his government, speaks appropriately to the gap in the leadership recruitment process in Africa, which can be best filled with citizens who are well educated and positioned to offer effective leadership for the growth and development of the African continent. Without mincing words, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan is an exemplar of the kind of leadership which fits into the theme of this dialogue. Against the usual norm in Africa, Dr. Jonathan demonstrated his good breeding, patriotism, and statesmanship when he willingly conceded victory to the opposition during the presidential election of 2015. This singular decision averted what would have been a major calamity in the country resulting from the election, thereby strengthening the democratic consolidation process in Nigeria. As the resource persons and participants deliberate at this year's dialogue, I wish you all fruitful outing. I urge the Foundation to sustain this dialogue to the further deepening democratic values of the continent. On my part, I believe that there is a point of convergence between democratic values, which this dialogue seeks to promote, and the values that the traditional institution promotes. Indeed, democracy and the traditional institution are expressions of the will of the people, which cannot be wished away or pitched against one another. Both serve different purposes in the lives of the people. Therefore, rather than being in conflict or competition with each other, the democratic institution and the traditional institution are mutually reinforcing as they reflect the core values of the people. This dialogue may wish to reflect on this reality during its deliberations. Once again, I welcome everyone to this momentous occasion. I wish you all successful deliberations and journey mercies as you travel back. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, special message from the palace. The voice might be that of the daughter, but indeed the message is that of the Oba of Benin. Oba Atokpe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me again to recognize the chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Bayelsa State, Honorable Solomon Agwanana. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And of course, the Jaw communities of Edo State, cut across Olodiama, Igbema, Okomu, Fropa, and Barang clans are represented here by Alawe Robinson, Ogunkurowe, and Sabibowe James. You're all welcome. Thank you for being here. Beautiful delivery from the daughter of His Majesty. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, at this point, invite for goodwill message a man who is not just a financial whiz, but one who knows how to manage resources. Of course, you must know how to manage not just financial resources, but also human resources before you be given a commission like the African Union. And that is why he was made chairman of the African Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to specially invite to the microphone for his message the man who served as president of Benin Republic from 2006 to 2016, His Excellency Thomas Boni Yagi, former Chairman, Africa Union. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. His tenure as Chairman of Africa Union brought a number of pointed achievements, negotiations, agreements, and charters. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
My friend, my dear friend, forever. President Ebele, good luck. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to attend this great ceremony, not only for Nigeria, but also for our Africa and the world. I would like to salute with respect my mother, Mom, the former First Lady, my mom, but I'd like to greet, to accept to attend this ceremony. I would like to greet all my colleagues, President Uhuru and others, to accept, despite their agenda, to attend this ceremony. I would like to greet also and to thank warmly the Governor of Edo, our friend, distinguished as friends. I would like to thank you, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like just to say a few words that Ebele is my best friend in the world. Because our destinies have crossed since we were at the top of our two states, the Nigeria and Benin Republic. I told him that I used to tell him and to tell to the other president of Nigeria that Benin is the 37th state of Nigeria. We were linked and we continue to be linked. It's why I'm here. Ebele, I thank you very much. I would like to greet also the staff members, my sister Anne, and the others of the foundation. Thank you for what you are doing to support my friend, because the international legitimacy of the foundation is now is known by everybody in the world. I repeat, I know him, he knows me, Ebele. He is a humanist. For Africa 2063, what we want where stability, security, and shared governance reign. We can achieve these without education, which is a lever for democracies and economic development. I welcome this initiative of the foundation, whose international legitimacy is now established. Thank you, dear friend, Jonathan. Thank you, Moon, the former First Lady. Thank you to the staff of the Foundation again. Allow me to share some thoughts on the importance of this term. As leaders, we have a responsibility to ensure that our education systems are inclusive, equitable, responsive, and local realities. A functional education is one that prepares our young people to be engaged citizens, competent professionals, and ethical leaders. It is the engine of economic, social, and political progress. Likewise, recruiting effective political leadership is crucial to achieving Africans' development aspirations. We need leaders of vision, integrity, and courage, capable of transcending tribal, ethnic, and religious division to serve the common good. These leaders must be prepared to sacrifice their personal interest for the good of the nation, like emblematic figures such as Kwame Nkrumah. Our dialogue today provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on these issues, share experiences, and develop concrete strategies to strengthen our democratic institutions and foster inclusive development. I'm convinced that the exchange and conclusions of this dialogue will contribute significantly to our collective quest for a better future for our Africans. I would like to warmly thank all the special guests and experts who will enrich our discussions with their insightful perspective. In conclusion, dear friends, I would like to reiterate my wishes for every success for this dialogue. May it open new paths and brings us closer to our common goals of peace, stability, security, prosperity, and progress for our continent, our dear Africa. With my most distinguished feelings, may God bless you forever, my friend. May God bless our great Nigeria. May God bless Edo State. May God bless Benin City. Benin City, may God bless Benin Republic. Is my friend, because we are thinking about how we can strengthen and renew the new, I would like to say, the new Empire of Benin. I'm sure that we are agree today. May God bless you together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we applaud His Excellency for that very wonderful goodwill message. Your Excellency, thank you for speaking in English language. You know his lingua franca is French, but he did a very, very wonderful delivery in English. Can you please appreciate His Excellency once again? Otherwise, we would have needed just not a sign interpreter, but a vocal interpreter for us to comprehend. That's amazing. Before His Excellency gets to his seat, I'd like to quickly acknowledge His Excellency Elder Sheriff Oborewori, the Executive Governor of Delta State, the Big Hearts, brothers and sisters to Edo of Bendel, represented by His Excellency Sir Monday Oyeme, Deputy Governor of Delta State. Please warmly make welcome again. We appreciate Mr. Matthew Akiombare, former Principal Private Secretary to several presidents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, including His Excellency Dr. Ebele Jonathan. Can you please acknowledge him? We thank you. Scholarly Professor Dennis Agbolao, former Vice Chancellor of the Ambrose Ali University. Please make welcome. General Charles Omorege, former ECOMON Commander. Please make welcome to this event. May I next respectfully invite His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Architect Namadi Sambo, GCON. And you can see that solidarity and loyalty still plays out. Always identifying with his boss, and of course with our very bad Mama Peace that is seated here. Our Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Patience Jonathan. Can you celebrate Mama Peace?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you. Your Excellency, my boss, always my boss, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCON, GCFR. Our mother, Mama Peace, the former First Lady, Dr. Patience Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. His Excellency, Uhuru Freedom Kenyatta. I just learned of that meaning of Uhuru. Yeah, welcome, sir. His Excellency Boni Yaye, the former president of Benin Republic. Yeah, welcome, sir. His Excellency Neves Mumba, my colleague and former vice president of Zambia. My brother, His Excellency, the executive governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, and your dear wife, Your Majesties, our royal fathers, deputy governors here present, members of the management of the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will beg to stand on the existing protocol. It is with great pleasure and a heart full of gratitude that I stand before you today at the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. I'm deeply honored to be here as a special guest, and I extend my warmest thanks to the Foundation for inviting me to participate in this segment. As we gather here in the historic city of Benin, the heartbeat of Edo, I'm reminded of the vibrant spirit and rich heritage that our nation holds. This event themed functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development touches on subjects that are not only close to my heart, but are also critical to the future of our great continent. Education and leadership, two pillars upon which any thriving society must be built. When we speak of functional education, an education system that equips our youth with the skills, knowledge, and values needed to navigate the complexities of the modern world. We envisage classrooms where critical thinking is nurtured, creativity is encouraged, and where the seeds of leadership are sown early. Effective political leadership, on the other hand, requires more than just academic prowess. It demands integrity, vision, and deep-seated commitment to the welfare of the people. It requires leaders who are not only knowledgeable, but are also compassionate and resilient. Leaders who can inspire and mobilize their communities towards common goal. And this is a leadership that we have learned from President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. As we embark on this one-day dialogue, let us do so with an open mind and a generous spirit. Let us celebrate our achievements, our challenges, and most importantly, chart a path forward that ensures a brighter future for all Africans. In closing, I would like to express my profound to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for its unwavering commitment to fostering democratic ideals and promoting sustainable development across Africa. I'm not surprised. This is a very young foundation, but it competes with foundations that have been old in this country, Africa, and the world in general. Congratulations. Your work is an inspiration to us all, a testament to the power of education and leadership in shaping our future. Thank you, and may this dialogue be full and impactful. Together, let us build a future of which we can all be proud of. God bless my boss, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I love that last phrase, my boss, President Goodluck Jonathan. It takes humility, and you can see the loyalty still written there. And Mama Peace agrees, she's nodding. Our Mama Dame Patience Jonathan. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going for a man of peace who served very well with the president, the former president, during their tenure. Thank you so much. And of course, while he's going to his seat, I would like to recognize the former Secretary to State Government of Bayelsa State and a retired Federal Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Bolade Igali, who is represented here by Professor Stephen Temer Olali, Historian Laureate and Pioneer Chief Historian and Archivist of Bayelsa State. You're welcome. We'll be moving again to another goodwill message. And permit me at this point to specially invite to speak a man who's under the theme we have here today. He is the Honorable Minister for Education. Please put your hands together for him as comes to take his goodwill message. Honorable Tahir Maman, Officer of the Order of the Niger. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, may I respectfully, humbly rest on the protocol already established. I want to thank His Excellency, our former President, Ebele Goodluck Jonathan, who literally conscripted me to be part of this event. And also thank the foundation for the invitation to participate in this event. How can, obviously, as the Minister of Education, the person wearing the hat on behalf of the country, this time around, not to be part of this very, very great and epoch-making event. The nexus, the intersection between democracy, effective leadership, and education is inherent. It is large because how do we achieve the goals of democracy without a literate society? Elections can only hold, meaningful elections. The process towards having leaderships can only be meaningfully put in place through people who are enlightened. How will they know the character and personalities of those who will be elected? How will the electorates of the parties who are vying for leaderships in countries without knowing, without having literate and electorates who can understand issues? Furthermore, across countries, especially in Africa and the whole world, we have chapters on fundamental rights. We have chapters on policies that will govern governance. These are not self-executing. They do not implement themselves. These are implemented by people who are elected to provide us. So these are all the requirements. They are prerequisites for democracy to have meaning in any country. That's why sometimes when I participate in programs that discuss the importance of education, I wonder, because it's so inevitable that to humanity that we have to take it as even. Now, in our own case in Nigeria, as I said, it is part of our constitution that education up to this basic education level and secondary school is compulsory and free. But again, as we said, achieving it depends on the effective leadership that will be provided by those who are elected for that purpose. Now, in our own case, we have come to terms with the twin challenges of literacy, numeracy, in Nigeria. We've had plans upon plans over the years, education plans, development plans, geared towards achieving all these goals. We, however, are not yet there. Now, the present government of Nigeria has resolved to 4 pillars, which is designed to achieve what we have set out to, or what we need to achieve as a country. Those pillars are captured called dots. Part of these dots, for me, is captured in what I have seen being implemented, acknowledged across the world.
Peter Obi, His Excellency. A round of applause for him again. Thank you, for Excellency, for keeping it shaded right now. Thank you so much for availing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us again to get into the meat of today's event, and that is the keynote address. Permit me to invite our keynote speaker, the Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding, University Council, Cavendish University, Uganda, Professor Olubayi. Would like you please to come as we'll have your citation prepared. Not behind the microphone, sir, please. Just out here enough for everyone. And media, if we can have his citation now. Thank you. Enough for everyone to see. And media citation now. Thank you.
Education for a better world.
Professor out here enough for everyone to see. And media, if we can. Excuse me, media, if you can hold back and let's have the citation now. Thank you. Please handle the hold back.
The pivotal role of education in fostering service-oriented democracy. Olubayi is the author of the book Effective Leadership, Education for a Better World, which features insightful essays on the pivotal role Professor of education Olubayi in fostering service-oriented democratic citizens. Education for a Better World, Effective Leadership, which features insightful essays on the pivotal role of education. Professor Olubayi.
Please, can you take it off loop? It is looping. Take it off loop.
Olubayi is the author of the book Education for a World, which features insightful essays on the pivotal role Professor of education Olubayi in fostering service-oriented democracy.
Excuse me, media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for that. Please, media, please put it off. Professor Olubayi is the author of the book Education for a World, which features insightful essays on the pivotal role of education in fostering service-oriented democratic citizens, nurturing effective leadership, and driving sustainable development forward. Professor Olubayi calls for a fundamental rethinking of African education, urging the emulation of globally renowned models of excellence. Central to his advocacy is a dual-pronged approach strategy, one that ensures democratic universal access to education for all, constantly establishing and maintaining highly selective elite institutions that educate the most talented and most gifted citizens separately. He emphasizes that most highly developed democratic nations, such as the USA, the UK, the South Korea, Israel, Singapore, and India maintain a dual-pronged strategy featuring both inclusive institutions and highly selective elite institutions. Born and raised in Kenya and educated at Rutgers University, USA, he is the Chief Academic Officer at Marifa Education, which is a Pan-African company that owns private universities and chairs many boards, including the University Council of Cavendish University, Uganda. Before joining Marifa Education, Olubayi was the Vice Chancellor of the International University of East Africa, IUEA, in Uganda. He is a scientist and an expert on bacteria, education, learning, leadership, social entrepreneurship, and policy issues. As a scientist and eclectic scholar, Professor Olubayi earned his PhD on bacteria and plant cell interactions at Rutgers University. He holds a research patent on the fluctuation of bacteria. Several scholarly articles in microbiology, biotechnology, and social science. As an educator, he taught at Middlesex College, USA, and Rutgers University, USA, for 16 years and taught critical thinking in the IUEA MBA program. He has been an advisor and consultant to government officials in Kenya and South Africa on matters of education policy, biotechnology, sustainable development, and social cohesion policies. As a social entrepreneur, Professor Olubayi co-founded the NGO Kiwimbi International and the widely respected American nonprofit Global Literacy Project, which sets up libraries worldwide and provides global service learning opportunities. Working with Global Literacy Project, Olubayi helped ship over 2 million books from the USA to African countries as a consultant for a government commission, NCIC, in Kenya. Olubayi co-wrote the Kenyan National Ethnic and Race Relations Policies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, a warm round of applause for our keynote speaker today, Chief Professor Olubayi, Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding, and Chairman University Council, Cavendish University. Please let the applause reflect the fact that he is our keynote speaker this afternoon.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, I will stand mostly on established protocol, but mention a few names. I'll begin with my champion of education, Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and establish our telecommunications. All African companies export raw materials instead of manufactured materials. All machinery in Africa, all advanced electronics, everything that we admire is imported. If you want to reflect on why, it's because we are the only continent that does not implement idea number 2. We're all implementing idea number 1, which is education for all children. But there is idea number 2. This second idea, which the UK, the great home of the Industrial Revolution, established 900 years ago when Oxford University was established, and 800 years ago when Cambridge was established, is an old idea. The idea is more than 900 years old. And this is the idea that there is nothing undemocratic. There is nothing undemocratic about acknowledging that God in his wisdom made some people 6 feet tall and some people 5 feet tall. God in his wisdom made my brother, and this is a true story, a mathematician. He did not be a mathematician. If I sit in the same class as my brother James, I cannot compete. If you take me to the same training camp as Eliud Kipchoge, Kipchoge will not benefit because I will bring his ability to run down, and I will not benefit because I will die, even though both of us are runners. If you take me to the same football academy as Mbappe, Mbappe's standards will come down and I will die in the field because I do not have the same talent as Mbappe for football. This second idea is the idea that in thinking about leadership and democracy, we must take into account the fact that God created diversity. God created people like my brother James, who can do a lot of mathematics very rapidly. God created people like my brother, my new brother from another mother, Professor Emeka, who speaks 9 languages while I speak only 3. Okay? Professor Emeka, who is a close friend of mine, is from this country. He never went to secondary school because his parents had no money. He never went to undergraduate. He went straight from primary school to postgraduate in the United States of America and has a PD in computer science. Okay? So let me now say to you, ladies and gentlemen, what idea number 2 is. Idea number 2 is that if Africa is to make any progress at all, it must do what other countries do, not what other countries tell us. Let us not do what they tell us. Let us do what they do. And I'll mention a few examples rapidly in a rather random order because my time is highly limited. Let's begin again with the United Kingdom, the home of the great industrial revolution that changed the world. The country that conquered ancient Benin. Okay, in 1897, although Benin was extremely advanced, in 1897, the British were able to come to this sacred ancient city and conquer it because they had advanced in knowledge and they had made better weapons than the weapons of Benin. They had made better weapons than the weapons of China. So in 1839, they were able to arrive in China and take over Hong Kong, okay, and create the Opium Wars. Because they had advanced beyond the rest of us. So you ended up with the British Empire. Why? Because the technology was more advanced. Now, how do you get advanced technology? The answer is idea number 2. What is idea number 2? As much as you must educate all children, you must also set up special schools for the most gifted and the most talented children. If you attempt to educate the most gifted and most talented children in the same classroom as people like me, they will drop out. It will be too boring for them. They will become drunks. They will be declared misbehaving. True story. There's a child in my village. He's called Victor. I set up a library in the village in Western Kenya based on an old idea from Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, which says there should be a library in every village. Again, all the 6 settled continents have libraries almost in every village and town. Only one continent does not, and that continent is Africa. Victor is in grade 1. Victor is already doing grade 4 and grade 5 mathematics. He knows more mathematics than his teacher. Okay? If I did not set up the library, Victor would already be losing his mind. So basically runs out of class and spends his time in the library studying mathematics. Okay. What other countries have done is to set up schools for people like Victor, people like Professor Emeka, people like my brother, the mathematician, and many of us know people like that. That is why, if you take the next example, and I'm doing this somewhat randomly, let me just jump forward because this speech has been arranged because of time. I'm going to jump forward to an interesting illustration of what happens when certain decisions are made. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this story. There's a country that was as poor as Nigeria, in 1947. That country is called India. India is no longer as poor as Nigeria. Nigeria goes to India for technology. Kenya goes to India for technology. America goes to India for technology. Now listen to this list. Just listen, ladies and gentlemen. The CEO of Microsoft, which is one of the largest companies in the world, the CEO of the American company Microsoft is Mr. Satya Nadella. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of Google, and we're all Googling all the time, is Mr. Sundar Pichai. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of IBM is Mr. Arvind Krishna, born and educated in India. The CEO of Adobe, the graphics giant, is Mr. Shantanu Narayan. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of Starbucks was born and educated in India. Is Mr. Laxman Narasimhan. The dean of the world's most prestigious business school, which influences the whole world, which tells us it's responsible for all the good things and all the bad things. That's Harvard University. The dean of the business school of Harvard University is Professor Sirika Datar, born and educated in India. How is this possible? This is possible because in 1945, before the formation of the new Republic of India, which became in 1947, Nehru sat down with his team and said, we are poor. How can we become rich? And the answer was, yes, we shall educate all Indians, but we shall form 4 schools to educate the genetic accidents. Those people who read 1 book a day while the rest of us read 1 book a month. People like my friend Okafo, whom I met at university in America, he had come from Enugu. Okafo arrived having memorized all of Nelcon, text Nelcon. Okay? Okafo did not need to go to class. He only needed to take his exams. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, what India did in 1945 in its discussions and then implemented in 1947 is they created schools for Okafo while we let Okafo stay drunk because he cannot sit in our ordinary classes. They are too poor. He knows more than the teacher. That is idea number 2. If this continent is to rise at all, every kingdom, every county, every town, every city, every local government area must have at least 1 secondary school, 1, for the genetic accidents, for the people who can make rockets. These people exist in your foot, and they will become alcoholics. And we usually call them witch doctors because they see what we cannot see. True story. In December, I was at home in Amagoro, Busia County, Kenya. I met a boy, his name is Sharton, carrying jerrycans of water, and schools had opened. I said to him, what's the problem? Why are you not in school? He had trouble speaking because his brain does not do ordinary language, it does mathematics. I asked him, did you go to grade 8? He said, yes. How many points did you get? The points he gave me were so high, I told him, go get the report. I don't believe this. He brings the report to me. I look at his scores. They were so high, I decided to put him in my car and ask him a few questions. So I asked him, true story, I said, tell me, Sheraton, what is 0 divided by 9? He answered correctly. He said it is 0. Then I said, but Sheraton, what is 9 divided by 0? He looked at me and kept quiet and he said, Professor, it's not possible. And I asked him why. He explained to me, Sheraton on his own already discovered the concept of infinity, walking barefoot in the village. I immediately took Sheraton and paid fees to go to one of our high schools. He arrived late 2 days before the exam. He had the highest score in mathematics on arrival. Okay. When he came back for the holiday a month later, the library, I asked him, how was school? He said to me, it's too easy. Okay. So I asked him, what are you doing currently? He said, oh, I'm very happy I discovered a book here. So I asked him to show me the book, Calculus. He's in grade, what we call in Kenya Form 1, grade 9. Ladies and gentlemen, all the continents of the world have implemented idea number 1, including Africa. There is only one continent that has not implemented idea number 2. It's Africa. If this continent is to rise at all, and I'm repeating myself, every town must have a special high school for the most gifted children. And those children will come from the poorest families and the richest families. This is democracy. This is how you lift the poor. You lift the poor by taking their children whom God has given gifts and putting them in special schools. The way that my friend Ngugi wa Thiong'o tells me that he had no idea when one of his teachers came and held him and said, you are going to Alliance High School. He said he arrived in Alliance, he was in shock. He had never seen such a thing. He would have a room full of books. That's Ngugi wa Thiong'o talking to me. And Ngugi today is considered one of the world's greatest living writers because he went to a school called Alliance, which the British created for genius kids, which we are now killing. I will stop within the next 6 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm just running around my paper because I have to cut it down. Let me just mention a few statistics. Now, these statistics, for thoughtful Africans, you'll need some whiskey tonight. It will be difficult to sleep. There are 3 organizations in the world that rank universities. And these are the Times Higher Education ranking of world universities, the QS ranking of world universities, and the Shanghai Academic ranking of world universities. According to these 3 ranking organizations, and by the way, how do they rank? The ranking is based on 1, research productivity, the ratio of students to professors, 3, number of patents produced, 4, endowment dollars, how much money does the university have? 5, selectivity, how selective is the university? Based on these rankings, our continent, which has 1.5 billion people, 54 countries, not one of our universities appears in the top 100. universities in the world, not even the University of Cape Town. The University of Cape Town was among the top 100 until we took over the control of South Africa. It's no longer among the top 100. Now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Singapore, which has a population of 5 million, has 2 universities among the top 100. South Korea, which was poorer than Ghana in 1960, has 5 universities among the top 100. If you're wondering why South Korea could summon African presidents to their headquarters. South Korea, population 52 million, 5 universities among the top 100. That is why you end up with Samsung. That's why you end up with LG. That's why you end up with Kia. That's why you end up with Control. That's why you end up with a GDP of 1.7 trillion. GDP is only 113 billion. Let me mention a few more of these statistics. And please feel free to stop me. Now listen to this, and you can double check it on your phone later. The World Intellectual Property Organization, which registers inventions, and remember we're standing in Benin. In this city, 2,000 years ago at the time of the birth of Jesus Christ, Africans had discovered, they were smelting it in Benin. 2,000 years ago. 500 years ago, right here in Edo, people discovered how to mix copper with tin to make bronze. That is 500 years ago. Today, we are discovering nothing. Now, for those of you who have read the book A Bend in the River by V.S. Naipaul, this is what V.S. Naipaul, this is how it opens, and it's about Africa. Those men who allow themselves to become nothing Let me see if I can actually read you the quote directly, because it actually captures a lot of what has happened. And I'll come back to this very quickly. And if I don't find the quote, I will somehow pull it out of my head in the next few seconds. Okay, I found it, okay. This is Naipaul in A Bend in the River. The world is what it is. Those men who are nothing or allow themselves to become nothing have no place in it. If we don't take idea number 2 seriously, your great-grandchildren will become nothing. We shall be recolonized and re-enslaved. Let me quickly take you back to WIPO, and I would rather actually read it directly, and if I can't read it directly, I'll pull it out of my head somehow. Okay, now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Discoveries. When you discover anything in your universities or in your research clusters, you have to register a patent. Israel, the country of Israel, which has a population of 9 million, which is half of the population of Lagos, 9 million. Now remember, they give aid to Kenya and to Zambia and to Nigeria and to South Africa. How many are they? 9 million. Israel in 2022, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization, registered 17,327 discoveries, patents, 17,327. Nigeria, with a population of over 220 million, registered 16. Ghana registered 11. Zambia 14. Egypt 866. All the 54 countries of Africa, with a population of over 1.5 billion, registered less discoveries than Israel. Okay. All of us together cannot compete with 9 million people. 9. Reason, idea number 2. When it comes to research publications in science and technology and other fields, the whole of Africa has only 2%. And 90% of the 2% come from one country. Can you guess which one? South Africa. Because that's the only country that has a university among the top 200. And it's the only country that has universities that appear among the top 300. At the very top, you have UCT and you have WITS. Okay. I will stop very soon. Okay. Okay, so I'll mention a few more stories with apologies for people who have to go to the airport. I will mention a few more stories with serious apologies. Let me jump to something else. Talking about leadership. The United States of America, which is a democracy and a champion of free markets, is heavily subsidizing semiconductors for artificial intelligence and technology. Heavily subsidizing, literally giving billions of dollars to companies. You give the company money, okay? That is free markets in the United States. Lots of money going into agriculture, semiconductors, automobiles, electric automobiles. That's the US. China, where we import almost everything, is heavily subsidizing industry, openly, billions of dollars into batteries and EVs. Every continent is heavily supporting their industries except one continent. Can you guess which one? Let me jump to another idea. When children are trying to understand the world, and by the way, almost every child is born very curious, always asking questions. Okay. In other words, almost every child is actually a genius, almost. Okay. Now, look at something so complicated like human language. By age 2, our children can speak a human language. That's how bright they are. But there's a second language that every child has to be taught, and it's a slightly more difficult language. That language is called mathematics. Now listen to this. God in his wisdom made 7 continents. One of the 7, which is Antarctica, people don't live there permanently. So there are 6 left where we can live. There's only 1 continent out of the 6 where you take people who know 0 mathematics to teach in grade 1, 2, and 3. Can you guess which one? One continent. My daughter goes to an expensive private school in Nairobi. Listen to this story. When it's time for French, I remember when she was in grade 3, at the time for French, they would bring in a French teacher because there's an understanding that the class teacher doesn't know French, which is true. At the time for music, they would bring in the music teacher because there's understanding that the class teacher doesn't know music, which is true. At the time for the most important thing on earth, which is mathematics, she would be taught by her classroom teacher who knows 0 mathematics. And that is at the best schools in Nairobi. The math teacher comes in grade 4 in Africa. This is the only continent where children meet a math teacher in grade 4. There is no other. If you have ever wondered why our scores in mathematics are very low, in Kenya, only 10% of our children ever pass mathematics. I have the data from the Kenya National Examination Council. 10%. In Zambia, mathematical proficiency is 2.5%. Reason, the math teacher appears after you have given up when you're in grade 4. Now, is that math teacher physically present at the school? Yes. But it hasn't occurred to anyone on this continent to bring the math teacher to grade 1. And this is the age of STEM. This is the age of artificial intelligence. Good luck. If you have a child in a good private school, go find out who's teaching them mathematics in grade 1. It will be someone who cannot answer the question, what is 10% of 200? And that is at our best schools. In the interest of time, I will close by asking questions. Question 1. Why did the World Bank and the IMF in the 1990s, and remember the guys who come from the World Bank have gone to the best schools in the world. They are coming from elite universities like Harvard, Yale, Oxford. In fact, before I go there, let me say a little bit more about India again, because India is a very good model for Africa. The 4 IITs are now 23. Okay? So that's why India is able to produce global talent in technology, engineering. They are now 23. One of my friends who is a graduate of IIT told me that during his year, the cutoff for admission was a 98% in mathematics. If you had 95, you couldn't get into IIT Mumbai at the time. Were they able to fill the class? Yes. So if we want to get anywhere, idea number 2. Some quick questions, I will end soon. Question 1, why did people from the best universities come to Africa and tell us to stop funding our universities? Stop funding Ibadan, stop funding Makerere, stop funding the University of Dar es Salaam. And we accepted. Meanwhile, they are still funding Harvard, Oxford, Yale. That was called the structural adjustment programs. Why is the University of Ibadan not among even the top 500? Why is the University of Nairobi collapsing from lack of funding? Why do we imagine that a university can raise money to run itself? And by the way, in all of the world, the government, the public, the private corporations, the alumni fund the university. And most of the money comes from government. There is only one continent where we are told the university should fund itself. Can you guess which one? Why is it that the UK, the United Kingdom, which is a democracy, and the United Kingdom has they actually have over 3,000 secondary schools. But they have selected 163 out of over 3,000. These are called grammar schools, highly protected, well-funded by the government of the UK for 500 years. Why are they telling us not to fund our schools? The United States, I lived half my life in the US. Every state has a flagship institution. Every high school has an honors program for people like Okafor and Emeka, okay? Rutgers, where I went to school and taught, when I was doing my PhD at Rutgers, I was made a hall director in the honors college. It's a public school, but within the university, there's a special college for genius kids, and they live separately. Okay, Brett Hall was for honors college students only. Why have we not borrowed those ideas? Next question. Why is it that in democratic countries like South Korea, Israel, India, the United States, the UK, Denmark, Finland, the list goes on and on. In those democratic countries, it is democratic to have special elite schools. In Africa, it's not. Why? In Africa, we're told that the University of Nairobi should be funded at the same level as the University of Kabianga, that Ibadan should be funded at the same level as, you can name it. Okay. In economic development, why is it a free market for other democracies to support their industries and protect their industries, but it's not a free market when Africa does that? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if we care at all for the future of Africa and for the future of our great-grandchildren, if we care at all for our dignity, if we want to avoid becoming nothing, we must each, beginning today, ask the question, how shall a special secondary school be established in my village or town or local government area or county or church? We must, beginning today, say, how can we make sure that each of the 54 countries of Africa, yes, continues to educate everybody at university, but has at least one university for the genius kids? Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, you now know why he is our keynote speaker. Even his CV didn't do him justice. And even though he has given us sobering statistics, they are not meant to dampen our morale, but they are meant to charge us and make us chart a new course. And if we can do that, we can declare this Democracy Day dialogue a huge success. Please, a round of applause again for our keynote speaker as we begin to prepare the grounds for one of the important tasks that will be carried out here this afternoon, which is the signing of an agreement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. Thank you. Professor Olubayi, Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding and Chairman, University Council, Cavendish University. I like the method he used. You know, while reeling some of those statistics, if he had mentioned the continent, he might have been accused of calling the continent. So much time he'll ask which continent, and of course the audience supplied the answer. We're signing the MOU shortly. I'd like to invite the representative of UNDP to please step forward, and the executive director of GJF, please. We can make that as fast as possible. Please, a round of applause for them. This is a very symbolic action. This is making sure that we're not here for mere rhetorics, but we're here for action. And so this MOU will be signed shortly, after which we move to the panel session. But before then, we'll have group photographs here for all those on the front row. We'll make it as fast as possible. Thank you. Cameramen, you can take strategic locations so you can cover the signing. Signing on behalf of UNDP is His Excellency Njoya Tikum, the Director, UNDP Sub-Regional Hub for West and Central Africa. And of course, signing for GJF is Ms. Annie Yonu. So both of them are putting pen to paper to ensure this MOU is signed and ensure that we move ahead to bring more development to African region. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. If we can have them move the tables again, thank you. As we prepare for, and please, they will be presenting that to the former president. They will present a copy of the MOU to the founder of the GJF Foundation. Your Excellency, they are coming to you as they present the MOU to him. Please move to His Excellency and show him a copy of the signed MOU. Cameramen, you know what to do. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. The UNDP director, please. All right. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take the group photographs. Patriot is here and will be coordinating the photograph session.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, just before the group photograph, we'd like you to watch the screens. In Edo, we have a good story to tell. And I'm happy that these statistics are coming out at this very strategic moment of our existence. The Education Week for Edo is on. And His Excellency, our education-friendly governor, Godwin Nogagase Obaseki, is very, very strict on the instruction that no Edo child should be left behind because of where they come from. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the Edo Best Story for the next 3 minutes. Kindly please watch the screens.
Let's move away from education for certificates to education for work. 7.5 years ago, we were schooling and not learning. If you compare the learning outcomes today with what we met in 2017, it's like night and day. Our children in our school systems are a lot more confident. They are more knowledgeable. A child who is 10 years old is learning at about 70% equivalent child in Europe or America. We're talking almost 400,000 children whose lives are being changed by ensuring that we give them quality foundational education that can see them through life. And so we have a whole system in place that helps us monitor and check what's going on in our school system. Evening classes for people who missed the opportunity of formal basic education. This reform at this scale would not have been possible but for technology. Teachers have become so motivated, so excited. Their level of confidence soared. Awaken the consciousness and lift our people from an analog mode to one in which they are now aware of technology and learn to use technology from a very early age. The reaction was electric.
We thank God for the development, the record development. It really enhances our teaching.
By the time you finish your JSS 3, you should be able to know what to do with your life. What you need the most is the foundation. And the emphasis, create livelihood for yourself. Then you now should be exposed to either a vocation or a skill. So if you don't have the opportunity to continue in life, you'll be able to fend for yourself. Let's move away from education for certificates to education for work.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, very distinguished guests, would have loved to take the group photograph now, but His Excellency, the education-friendly governor, will be joining us very shortly, and when he does, the pictures will be taken. Eben Keys will fill in the gap with a spoken word. I'd like you to meet one of Edo Best. He is not just a son, his name is Aiboedefe Osawese Ebenezer. A graduate of microbiology from Benson Idahosa University, is an international poet, a writer, author. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the spoken word, Eben Keys.
The ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. Every hour of every day is the appointed time for greatness. Like person when we watch for right, your time to be great is always right at hand. Arise, sons and daughters of the soil. You have planted your feet in the firmest of roots. It is time to spring forth and let your greatness be so evident in your fruits. Arise, for the founding fathers have labored. Fathers when no see shawarma to chop, but they put the sauce in this age when they wrapped with standards never to be dropped. So tell everybody so they know that if they ever wanted to go treasure hunting, they should look at the heart of the Edos because they are made of gold. You see, this one no be tales by moonlight, but look up to the moon at night and see that you are a shining light and a story that deserves to be told. So arise, it is time to take it up a notch, just like the Eben in the hand of the great Oba. It is time to seize the moment, for it belongs to you, just like the streets of Erediawa and Aduwawa. Our treasures are found in all nations. Our greatness is second to none. Fully loaded and always ready to take our shot, we are making mockery of guns. To all who hail from this great land, to all the young and even the old, it is time to turn the caps lock on. Alas, it is time to stand up bold. It is time to stand together like our ancestors did when they fought those battles so that we may never entertain destruction. It is time to find common ground despite our diversity and unite like saying at the center of Five Junction. It is time for us to unite. Unite like say we be water and gari so that we fit continue to the rise. Make we sit down together, make better pepper soup with all the pepper then don't try to put for inside our eyes. You see the future feels strong like Momo or rough like Shaki, or if you join anyhow like roundabouts, but we not go ever chicken out because we they always meet up to expectation. You see the future is bright, but the light is somewhere inside of your heart. So it is time to wake up from your hibernation. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the soil. It is time to teach your sons and your daughters that they are of the soil. Teach them that before the age of the internet, there was a web made out of love that held their ancestors together. Tell them that before the age of following each other on social media, goodness and mercy followed them because of the way they followed up with one another. Teach them that the ones that came before them fought for them with their blood and it can never be in vain. Teach them that the future is a heavy responsibility, but discipline could pass as a crane. Teach your children so they might teach their children to come, that greatness is close to their reach if they open their eyes to see. Teach them that they come from the great and mighty Edo State, the land that others dream to be. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you celebrate Eben Keys?
Eben Keys is the convener of Keys Concerts, an annual spoken word, poetry, and stage production and concert.
And that initiative is being supported by Excellency, the First Lady of Edo, Dr. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, promoting young talents, discovering young talents, and selling them to the world. Can you make some noise for the most prolific First Lady in Nigeria?
Thank you very much.
Now,
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're now moving to the group photographs.
Will in front, please kindly come forward for a group photograph to be joined by the representative of the Oba of Benin, the Esam of Benin, the Iyase of Benin, to please join in this very important picture. You want the pictures up?
Okay, we'll take it up. Let's take it up here.
The pictures
Your
downstairs
Majesty,
because of our
we'll take
elder
it down
statesmen.
here. Because
So they don't
of our
climb the
elder
steps.
statesmen, let's take it down here. Thank you. The cameraman, you can take the center aisle. Let's clear the center aisle for just the cameraman, please. Your Excellencies, you may please step forward.
All the visiting presidents, vice presidents, and our panelists will join. His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Our Excellency Dr. Mrs. Patience Goodluck Jonathan.
You need to move back, please, the cameraman, please.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. We can please step forward for the pictures
You may
now.
please step forward, Your Excellencies.
We'll invite Ubi Nohwa and the reps.
Immediately after this, we're getting into the panel discussions. And of course, the panelists will be x-raying some of the points made by our keynote speaker. The cameraman, you have to still move back.
And so, cameraman, can you kindly please move back? Thank you. Pictures don't lie. We're trying to avoid senior citizens climbing the stage, but I think the young can brave climbing the stage.
Yes.
The young at heart can brave climbing the stage. The senior citizens can remain downstairs. The younger ones can climb the stage up, so we can have the young at heart can please come up. Senior citizens can remain down. Welcoming Her Excellency Mrs. Sandra Mobayo, wife of Deputy Governor Edo. This summer, we'll be standing with Mr. Governor, the Iyase. Ubi Nohwa will also be with His Excellency.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
This is amazing. This is historical.
All right, the cameraman, take your establishment shots, please.
We have 1 more minute, and that will be it for the pictures. So kindly, the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Fund Democracy Dialogue, hosted in Edo, Benin City, the capital. Can you please applaud Your Excellencies as they return back to their seats?
And as they return, we're immediately convening the panel. I would like to, without further ado, invite our moderator, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi. Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, please. We'd like to have you on stage now. We're moving straight to the panel session. He is to be joined by His Excellency Dr. Neves Sequila Mumba. His Excellency Dr. Neves Sequila Mumba will be joining them up here as a panelist, the former Vice President of the Republic of Zambia. You choose where you want. Pleasure to see you again, sir.
Thank you so much.
So
Where do you want me to sit?
yes. So you decide which one is better for you. How do you navigate? We already have on the stage His Excellency Dr. Neves Sekwila Mumba. Please, we would like our moderator to come up, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, please. Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, member of the Board of Trustees, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Also to come up here as a panelist is the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, His Excellency Shri G. Balasubramanian. His Excellency Shri G. Balasubramanian, the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria. Your Excellency, thank you for being here. You can have your seat. I would also like to invite again to the stage His Excellency Njoya Tikum, Director UNDP Sub-Regional Hub for West and Central Africa. His Excellency Njoya Tikum. All right, my moderator is on stage now. Also joining the moderator and the panelists is the Commissioner for Education, Edo State, Dr. Joan Osa of Yahweh. Dr. Joan Osa of Yahweh. Commissioner for Education in Edo State is a member of the panel. May I also invite to join the panel the Acting Executive Secretary.
Can we please resume our seats? Thank you.
Please, if we can have our seats.
Can we please resume our seats?
The Acting Executive Secretary, National Universities Council, is already on stage, Dr. Chris Meyaki.
Please resume your seats, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
May I also invite the only female on this panel, Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana. Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Susu Women's Finance.
The Deputy Governors will be giving their goodwill after the discussant. Please resume your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
All right, just joining us on stage now is Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana. Thank you. All right, we have two women on the panel, the Commissioner for Education and the Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Susu Women's Finance.
Please resume your seats. Thank you, Your Excellencies. The panel of discussants is about to proceed. Thank you. Can you please resume your seats? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, the discussants are about to proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll invite the Archbishop of the Metropolitan See of Benin, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Kubeze, represented by the Dean, Reverend Father Dr. Charles Omogiate, to please come to his seat. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We are going to get the panel session underway. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your attention. We've had a very riveting keynote address, which I think for many of us Nigerians in the hall would have sent us a lot of questions of ourselves. And recalling what our chief host, former President Jonathan, said yesterday at the state banquet about the special scholarship scheme established during his time in office. As I listened to Professor Olubayi, my question was, what do we do to ensure continuity? Because there's a sense in which government after government, we do have initiatives that identify talent and that try to nurture talent in our system. But when governments come and go, those initiatives also seem either to end or to be diluted. I've heard of all the great things that His Excellency Governor Obaseki has been doing for the last 7.5 years. Again, listening to Professor Olubayi, I said to myself, I pray that the foundation which you have tried to lay afresh, building on the works of the likes of former Governor Ogbemudia, that foundation will also be sustained after you leave office. And perhaps the theme of sustainability is one of those which we will try to address in this panel. What do we do as Africans to ensure that winning initiatives that are introduced are perpetuated over a period of time until we manage to change the game effectively in our favor? What I propose to do with this panel, you are not listening. Can you please be quiet? Okay. What I propose to do is to invite each of you as panelists to take 3 minutes to share some of your own thoughts in the first instance with us, and then thereafter I will follow with a few questions. And I hope that we can make this an interactive session in which we will be able to invite experiences and ideas also from the audience in order to have a rounded conversation. And I will urge you to be as crisp and as brief as possible. Let me begin with you, Vice President Nevers Mumba. You have been in the field of play, and you've also been an academic. You've been an academic, you've been an activist, you've been passionate about these issues of education and transformation on our continent. What are the issues which strike you the most as important for us to put on the table in your first 3 to 5 minutes of intervention?
Thank you so much, moderator. Allow me to use this opportunity to salute the vision bearer, His Excellency the President, Goodluck Jonathan, for affording me this opportunity to be part of this great event. I feel like a little fish in the middle of an ocean that is occupied by African giants that have spoken. Allow me to dedicate this short statement to the next generation of African leaders. I think the previous speaker has made it extremely clear, and most of Africans understand our shortcomings. We have analyzed our problems, we have analyzed our failures, and we know exactly why we are backward as a continent. The next generation of Africans must now roll up their sleeves and begin to do what they know we must do to change the trajectory of our continent from being a backward continent to being a continent that becomes a leader amongst other continents. We know our problem, we know our sickness, and everybody cites them. But time has come for us to address the actual issues by changing our continent. So to the younger generation, In 1964, my own country, Zambia, got its independence. Our first president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, came and decided to deal with education as the first problem, because in the 70 years of the British rule, they had only produced 100 graduates in Zambia. After 27 years of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in government, by the time he left, he had trained 35,000 from the University of Zambia, showing the dedication and the clear understanding that if we do not educate our young people on the continent, we could not sustain our newly found independence, neither could we sustain our aspirations for development. So our founding fathers knew exactly what was needed. Let me move quickly to the significance of education, besides all the other obvious things that have been discussed across this platform today. We must understand that Africa has adopted the system of democracy as a means to choose our leaders. But democracy was never designed for the uneducated or uninformed. Democracy was actually started for people of clear understanding with good education, because the meaning of democracy is the fact that the democratic machine reflects the very levels and thinking of society. It fishes from the social understanding of society. So if the society is educated and you go to a democratic process, you are going to come up with answers and solutions that are going to help the country move forward. It is for this reason that Africa continues to suffer, for two reasons. Number one, we understand the fact that Africans who have no education have no appreciation of the choices they make during elections. I'm involved in a lot of election observation across the continent, and I do understand that fraudulent elections are one problem that we have in Africa, but we also have the problem of lack of education amongst the voters, who think of today when they are voting. They cannot connect the power of their choice to the sufferings that they are going through. It becomes our responsibility to help this continent begin to appreciate that the leader actually plan out your future for the next number of years. This is the challenge that we are facing today. I also want to talk about the issue of just understanding the fact that there are questions that functional education must answer really is, who are we? Who are we as a people? Because we discover that when the colonizers were amongst us, they forgot to include in the syllabus the description of who we are as a people, our significance, what it means to be an African. They taught us we are second-class citizens. They taught us we did not match up to the other kind of human beings. And because of the lack of understanding, we have not been able to rise to the occasion. So I think that democracy, being a philosophy of choice, means that the quality of our choice depends on leadership. Let me move quickly to answering these three questions that must be involved in functional education. Number one, who are we? Number two, what do we want as Africa? Number three, who should we charge with the responsibility of leading us on the continent of Africa? I suggest, Mr. Moderator, that firstly, one lesson colonizers left out of the syllabus was answering the question of who we are as a people, our significance, that we deserve the best just like any other race, that we are not second-class human beings. We must convince our new generation that Africa was not an afterthought, but actually it is the cradle of human development and the source of all knowledge. Africans must know that it is the origin of all science. And we should also teach our children that basically when we talk about superpowers of America, the first superpower ever known in the world was here on the continent of Africa in the name of Egypt. So we should first of all answer the question, who are we, in order for significance to come back. Secondly, we must answer the question, what do we want? What is our collective vision or aspiration for us as a people? The Bible states that without a vision, people perish. And African nations must come to a place where we have a consensus agreement of what we want to become. The United States of America has made for itself a statement which they call the American Dream. And in order to explain what that means, in a few words, the American dream is the belief that anyone, regardless of where they were born or what class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. Africa, we need to have a goal so that every successful government does not come in and dismantle what the previous government was doing, but rather build upon it, because we are all agreed on the core vision of the continent. And I think in closing, let me now directly address the young people of our generation. As long as we are being sustained by outside forces and powers and provisions, Africa cannot become a leader. Not too long ago, in Zambia, and I think maybe Nigeria was also affected, Facebook died. It just died and dropped for 30 minutes. There was panic in the nation because a lot of people cannot do without Facebook. They can't do without internet. And I think we have come to a place with a new generation that let us be original and learn to domesticate everything we receive from outside in order for us to create a destiny for ourselves. If we depend on Moscow, we depend on Washington for our daily lives. The day they will switch us off in Moscow, the day they will switch us off in Washington, we will be going in all different directions without knowing where we are. Let's own our destiny. Let's take from the international community, but let's domesticate it, because really that's what matters to move our continent forward. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mumba. And I hear you when you say that education is a necessary condition for democracy to thrive. It may be necessary, but is it sufficient? You talk of the importance of knowing who we are. Well, we stopped teaching history in our schools. Do you teach history in Zambia? Yeah. In schools, African history? Because those are the kinds of things that were important at a point in time in our history, post-independence, in trying to define our identity and to recover the narratives about who we are, but which in the course of the 1990s, as the keynote speaker told us, some clever people from Washington, from the IMF and the World Bank, came to tell us that certain disciplines were no longer worth teaching, history being one of them. And so at the end of the day, we are nurturing a generation of people in our educational systems who actually are not anchored in our history and environment. Now I'd like to come back to pursue that a little bit with you after I have heard from the High Commissioner of India, and you've heard a lot about India evoked by the keynote speaker today. What has been the Indian secret?
Namaste from India. Standing on existing protocol, let me first thank the organizers, former President, His Excellency, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, and our host over here, Governor Obasaki, for this opportunity to share what India has done over the past about 75 years in reaching where it has come to. One of the major things, we have heard from the keynote speaker about the importance of education. Importance of education is something that has been known for quite long in India. In the 4th century AD, there was this university which was an international university called as Nalanda University, which survived by attracting people from all over the world to India for learning. And it survived for 800 years, till the 12th century. And Today, in India, India has a little more population than Nigeria. We are just 1.46 billion people. And with this number of people, it becomes really difficult to actually provide free education and educational capacities to all our citizens. And the competition certainly is also quite high. So every parent, like in Africa, like in Nigeria, every parent is there pushing the child to have better education, because only education will provide the opportunity to survive and to lead in the world, to basically to survive in the world. So over the period of 75 years, as the keynote speaker had himself said, that starting from 1945, before our independence, we actually started with education. There are 5 areas in which the government of India, successive governments of India had concentrated. Owing to paucity of time, I'll just point them out. The first one is food security, because when in 1947 we had 330 million people and we were seeking arms from outside, called PL 480 and other things, where we had to get the grains. So that was not something that was good or augur well for the country, so we went in for green revolution, so we ensured food security. The second thing we ensured, and when I say 5 things, all these things were simultaneously done, not linearly one after the other. So the first one was food security, second one was education, third one was ensuring health for all the citizens, fourth was creating employment opportunities through MSME, and the fifth one was building infrastructure. Education has always been part of the most important requirement of the growth of any country, its economy, its polity, and as such. And if we come over to Nigeria on the bilateral relations, in 1962, our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, had visited and met the then Prime Minister, Mr. Tafawa Balewa. And at that point of time, Mr. Balewa had asked, Prime Minister Nehru had asked, what can India do for Nigeria? So one of the things that the Prime Minister then had said was he wanted teachers, and that started the cooperation between India and Nigeria from mid-60s till end 80s about teachers teaching in all the institutions over here. Nigeria has always held a very important spot in the diplomatic relations of India. We started our bilateral relations in 1958, 2 years before your independence, and that continued with even the leadership today. When we got the presidency of G20, we had invited Nigeria as the guest country to participate in G20. So there were various things that we had done. What did the government do when they did the 5 things? I can narrate that into major 3 points. The first one is the role of the government. When the role of the government is creating the number of universities or the places where education can be given to children and to the adults over there to make them capable of facing the world. Today, and it was both government and the private side, whether it was the missionaries or whether it was the private for-profit schools or various open universities, so on and so forth. Today, we have in the ratio of 10:3, from government 10 and private side 3. Then we also had the primary school. One of the major issues that faced our leadership was to retain the children in school. When we had poverty in India, we do still have, but when we have reduced it to a great extent, it was every child was considered to be an economic component of the family. So the parents would not allow the child to continue with the education. So to retain the children, we started something called as a midday meal scheme, which also provided nutrition and allowed the children, because the parents need not worry about at least one meal for the child. So they kept sending the child, but the condition was that the child will have to attend the school. So midday meal scheme was introduced. Cycles were given to girls who came in. Toilets, separate toilets for girls was made. I mean, these were some of the fundamental things which were brought into the system. Today, I am cognizant of the fact of Edo Best, which is one of the major initiatives in Edo State, and how successful it has been. Yesterday, the governor was telling about it. It is very proud to hear that. We also had certain innovations that were brought in. One such thing is midday meal scheme. And then availability of infrastructure is always an issue. It's a question of demand and supply. So the existing schools and existing colleges were run in 2 shifts. we started doing the evening colleges to allow people to come and start studying further while they were working during the daytime. That and the distant education, and COVID has taught us with many things on online education, so adapting those things. Then comes the funding part of it. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Funding part of it is that the government will have to fund. We send about 2.9% of our GDP, which is about $112 billion annually into thing, which is less, but we are still doing it. Then the corporate social responsibility is there. And then we came out with the innovation of education cess. Any person who's paying income tax, 2% additional cess was taken from him. So last $1 billion that was collected through education cess, which goes for a schooling system. Then we also had this concept of exchanges. After India has got a large diaspora who has done well outside. The keynote speaker spoke about it also. So we wanted them to come back and teach our own people. So we started some schemes like Gyan and Spark, in which professors who were working outside came over and taught at higher institutions for, say, 3 days, 5 days, for a compensation which was quite substantive. Then we had also the concept of JAPA. So when the brain drain was happening, today we do have something called as brain circulation. People who had gone outside have now found opportunities back in India. They come back and set up things, both education and also the industries. And then adoption of technology. All these things have impacted. How did they impact? How does education impact? I'll just reduce it to 1 second. Education brings in a major middle class. And the middle class actually demands more services and demands more things because they see various things and they want those things for themselves and for their children. So when the middle class becomes stronger, which is only possible through education, the economy grows and the polity also comes in. The leadership part of it, the middle class will start demanding. So I would stop over here and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Your Excellency. The key bullet for me there is the importance of education as a pathway out of poverty and the creation of a middle class that demands accountable government, which is the heart of democracy. And you've told us the 5 key pillars around which India's strategy was built. My question to you as a follow-up, which I'll come back to you later for, is precisely on the question of sustainability from government to government. Within an ambitious national plan, how did you stick to a plan to achieve those 5 pillars simultaneously as to produce the India of today? Well, let's go to Ms. Fofana. Ms. Fofana, you've also listened keenly to the keynote address and the examples of how to nurture talent, which Professor Olubayi shared with us. What are your first reactions?
Is it on? Yeah. Let me commence by extending my gracious appreciation to the Goodluck Jonathan Fund for getting me here from Sierra Leone. I really want to commend my colleague Yale Fellow, Madam Anne, for the good work. But I really want to say a very big thank you to the women of Nigeria for influencing some of what we do in Sierra Leone. And one person who is here today is Mama Patience. I served as Special Gender Advisor to the former president of Sierra Leone, and you visited Sierra Leone and you also invited us so many times to Nigeria to come and see the great work that you were doing. Another woman who has influenced some of what I'm going to talk about is Dr. Oputu, who showed us that women can do a lot more in the private sector, especially when it comes to industry. following up on what the keynote speaker said, my initial reaction is very clear. I picked up one particular element. We must do what other countries do and not what they tell us to do. Special schools for the most gifted and most talented children. We must do what other countries do, but we should not listen. Or maybe we can hear. The face of Africa is very male. Just look around, look at the African Union in terms of executive leadership. The presidency is male dominated, right? Women, are we here? So, functional education, we all grew up in homes where our mothers played a pivotal role in getting us to school, for those of us who had the opportunity to go to school. Effective leadership will not be effective without inclusion of women in the forefront of governance. How are we going to achieve that if the special schools that the keynote speaker spoke about are marriages for our children? They should not be mothers, they should be in school, in those special schools, gifted schools where they can perform. If we don't do that, we will still be here 20 years later trying to map out the way forward. Africa needs women of Africa to move Africa forward. I never had the opportunity of going to the elite schools in Sierra Leone. I went to about 5 to 6 different schools. One thing my parents always wanted me to achieve was higher education, but they couldn't afford it. As the oldest girl, in fact, the oldest child, my responsibility, as I was taught, and this is what functional education for me is about, it starts from the home. Respect, integrity, and self-worth. Knowing that you can do it. All we need to do is give access. When I finished high school, Frobe College, which was the anthems of Africa, and today, according to the keynote speaker, it's not even recorded, probably in the first, I don't know. I can't name where we are. But I was really looking forward to attending that particular university. I did not have the opportunity. But I went into another country where after marriage at 31, I went to university as a single mother with 2 girls because the opportunity and the structures were there. I was able to go
negotiate a political settlement, trying to get the right leadership, trying to build the relationship between the states and its people, but that we did not set the right benchmarking for what educational aspirations we have. We know that we want to industrialize, but who are we looking at as the examples of the kind of industrialization we would love? I think we are still making a mistake. The African country, predominantly, we are still focusing towards Europe. We are still looking at America as examples of industrializations that we must imbued. But the truth is, an ambassador on the data from Prof, the truth is that China, India, Korea, you name it, are leading in IT, in manufacturing, in agriculture. So why are we looking at Europe when Europe and America itself is still struggling to catch up with India and China? So it seems as though we are running behind our past instead of looking at where the future lies. And I'll end here, Prof. Technology has changed the educational landscape. An innovation hub. I saw it as I came in. The Prof mentioned the fact that if you look at WIPO, African inventors are not registered. But I live in Kenya. In Kenya, a young group of Africans developed what was called M-Pesa. M-Pesa got bought over by Vodacom at one point, and it became a British invention. It was an African invention. When we had COVID, a Senegalese small group of researchers developed the very first 24 hours rapid testing system. 24 to 46 hours, it was a French invention. So we do not also have the systems in place to protect those inventors. I don't think we don't have inventors. I think we have incredible inventors. One of the biggest inventions that has happened across the world right now happened from Nigeria. Nollywood. The technology industry in Nigeria. Nigeria has helped the rest of the continent evaluate or put an economic value on its talent, on its intrinsic talent and culture in ways that had never happened. But we still haven't seen that aspect of culture, of art and culture as a strong component of education and educating our people. So these three components, this crisis, I still think, in my opinion, Prof, if we were to reinvest in these three components, we would begin to shift. But we must not also fall into the trap that paints Africa as a continent that has failed. Because to be quite honest, again, a lot has happened across the region. We would not be sitting in this room if we didn't have educated leaders like the ones that we have here. My question is, how did we get President Uhuru? How did we get President Boni? How did we get President Goodluck Jonathan? Which master's degree did they do in presidential leadership? There's none. But they were educated by a foundation, by a system that got them ready to be a governor and perhaps to aspire to be a president. So we must also see education beyond the presidential level and appreciate the work that is done beyond that helm of the state, whether it's through devolution, whether it's through federalism, but appreciate the work that is done at every level of leadership in our countries. If we aggregate that, then we would see that Africa, though we are struggling, we still have modicums of progress that we have done since independence.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me pursue you on the issue of African innovation and patents, because it's at the heart of the work of the UNDP. Is there any thinking within the UNDP for capturing innovation and invention by Africans and ensuring that they are appropriately patented? Because as you said, it may not necessarily be for want of inventions, for want of innovation, but simply not having the aptitude to have this rapidly registered. And that someday, somehow, somebody will wake up and tell you that the patent for okra soup or for moi moi is owned by a Chinese, or by an Indian, or by a British. What is the UNDP able to do in that regard?
No, thank you, Prof. I think it still comes back to the conversation around education. We have a legal system that still doesn't have sufficient preparation for its students on how to do intellectual property registration abroad. We have very few African scholars and legal scholars, some of them are in the room, who are accredited to actually pursue an IP process from the start in Africa to when it is recognized by WIPO, which Prof mentioned. So we still have to come back to that base. We still have to ensure that, I mean, the Vice President of Zambia said something quite important. How is it that in Zambia, we are not able to find Zambians from the School of Engineering, from the School of Science, to help us figure out how we process the copper that is processed in Zambia? It's the same conversation. For UNDP, what we are trying to do is first work with the African Bar Association to figure out how we identify a cohort of lawyers who are already trained and try and get them certified for processes of IP and intellectual property rights. But WIPO is just one of many examples, Prof. Natural resource governance. We still bring experts to come and negotiate contract management for African countries from India. Why should we be doing that after 60 years of independence and with all the bright minds that we have in the room?
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let me move closer home and start with you, Honorable Commissioner Joan. We've heard a lot since yesterday about the giant strides which have been made in this state. You've also heard the keynote speaker saying that the game changer in all of the things that we do as Africans, beautiful as they are, must be to have a way of capturing specially talented children and nurturing them. What is Edo doing for specially talented children of the state?
Is he on? Good afternoon, everyone. As Commissioner of Education, Edo State, this has been quite an exciting day for myself and all of us in the education sector. The quality of the deliberation so far, the wonderful keynote speech, and I want to thank His Excellency President Jonathan and His Excellency Governor Baseki for hosting this very meaningful dialogue. Per your question, what are we doing in Edo State to identify talents or to create schools for gifted students? I think we have been quite fortunate in Edo State to have the caliber of governor that we have in respect to education. Since 2018, when we started the Edo Best education reform, the governor has always told us he wants to know the best performing 100,000 students across the board. And he wants to be able to track them. He wants to know where are they going when they finish secondary school. Where are they going when they finish junior secondary? Are they going on the technical route or the academic route? And when they do proceed to tertiary education, where do they end up in? And in terms of projections, looking at the shortages of medical personnel, for instance, in the country, how do we prepare these best 100 performing students to fill some of those gaps? So I think for us in Edo, we've been quite intentional about all that we've done. The first thing was focusing on foundational learning and literacy. So if a child cannot read and write, they cannot be gifted, so to speak. And so we had to start by focusing on the lower 70% who were not as proficient as we would like them to be. Having done that in the last 6+ years, we have now expanded to our secondary and technical vocational schools. I think I would say at this point, at the exit of this administration, one of the things we are going to leave behind for the incoming administration is the blueprint to continuing all that we've started. We've identified some schools across Edo State. We've identified some schools across Edo State as our magna schools for sciences, for technology, for sports, athletics, and for the performing arts. So it's just, we've already started the work. It's just a matter of continuing to build on what we have started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you. And as I said earlier, the prayer is that this will be sustained at the end of this administration into the future. Dr. Meyaki, you also heard the keynote speaker, and you are responsible for our universities, for standards, to a great degree for their funding, for their curriculum, and the like. What are the key messages that you take home from the keynote address in terms of the differentiation of our universities, especially for the purpose of ensuring that we are also able to retain some of the best talents within our system and to nurture them for nation-building purposes?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests. First and foremost, let me thank the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for the privilege of participating in this dialogue, and then to bring the warm felicitations of the entire Nigerian university system. Today we are 272. Nigeria has 272 universities, 61 are federal, 63 are state-owned, and 148 are privately owned. And it is on behalf of this unique constituency that I congratulate His Excellency and the foundation. This third outing is taking place, Your Excellencies, at a time when the call for the redefinition and the reimagination of the pivotal role of education is getting louder and louder by the day. What is the purpose of education? Why are we investing, or why are we not investing? But some piece of history as a Nigerian university system, the name Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, the brain behind this foundation, evokes the spirit and memories of a selfless and hugely passionate leader who during his time made a huge difference. And I'll tell you how. If there is any leader who has contributed to expanding access and equity in higher education, is President Goodluck Jonathan. Because it was during his time that we had the 12 new universities, and I'm glad one of his apostles, Professor Julius Okoje, is in the audience here, and this helped us in no small way to expand access to equity and to equity in university education. In addition to that, President Jonathan, launched and executed what we now highly regard two scholarship programs. One is the NYC Presidential. If you were the best in your state of deployment, you got automatic scholarship to undertake graduate studies up to PhD. But then he didn't stop there. He also, bequeathed a celebrity and exceptional class of first-class Nigerian graduates and sent them to the top 25 universities in the world. And that's the kind of legacy that we're here to celebrate, Your Excellency. I want to let you know that I'm in touch with these lives that you have touched, and I want to tell you that they are now vibrant and they're working solidly in their respective enterprises in the nooks and corners of the world today. And occasions like this, we like to, luckily this is the creme de la creme of people in positions of eminence. I mean, governors, my honorable minister is here, community leaders, religious leaders. We want to use this opportunity to remind the people that matter that education is at the heart of our opportunities, that our life choices, whether as a Bayo Olukoshu family, whether as a town, as a state, or as a country, or as a continent, will gravitate around the educational investments that we make in our people and the exposure that we give our people. And that takes me to the theme of this, this dialogue. And to remind us, there's a great Greek philosopher, Plato, who emphasized on the intellectual qualities of the leader. That a leader, must play a critical role in preparing the minds, in investing in human capital, to be able to articulate ideas, to be creative, and to be quick in mobilizing people, in moving from mere ideas to concrete realities of society, as we have all applauded this educationally friendly governor of Edo State. At the NUC, we value the nexus between leadership, functional education, growth, and development. I mean, they're intertwined. And this has informed some of the reforms and restructuring that we have undertaken as a Universities Commission. I mean, we recently re-engineered our curriculum. I mean, curriculum is the mainstay of educational planning and university development. We also just launched our transnational education guidelines. The Minister of Education with his British counterpart launched this in Edinburgh last year, where we have now opened up the space as a university system where foreign investors can now come to Nigeria and undertake branch campuses. They can go into twinning arrangements, among several other things. The issue of ICT deployment and the attributes of the Nigerian graduate, those soft and hard skills, as the minister alluded to, has become a subject of debate. And these are some of the priorities that this government under our minister is engaging its mind and applying all the resources within the period that it has to be able to make an impact. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Look, Dr. Meyaki, two questions, two very pointed questions, inspired by the keynote address. What is the philosophy behind the curriculum reforms that you have been driving in our universities, in the light of what you heard from the keynote speaker? Secondly, are we more interested in creating a mass of universities, or do we have a strategy for having a segmentation within the university system that ensures that we also have our own Nigerian Oxfords, Nigerian Harvards, Nigerian Cambridges?
Thank you very much. As I understand it, it's something that has to be fit for purpose, undoubtedly so. I mean, curriculum is that body of knowledge from beginning till end. The content, the epistemology, the delivery, that ecosystem must be fit for purpose, must be seen to be in tandem with global best practices. And I think it has to be contextualized. I totally agree with the keynote speaker that whereas we're going, we must by necessity. You don't even want to talk about India and China because those are in the 1 billion mark. But the recurring decimal for Nigeria is a huge gap. The population explosion, the huge gap between demand and supply. And the statistics is, every year there are about 2 million Nigerian kids wanting to go to university because university is that resource that can define your status. And so we're confronted every year by this huge gap between demand and supply. With 2 million applicants, the entire universities put together can only accommodate between 500 and 700,000. And that leaves a huge chunk unaccounted for. And as the guest speaker alluded to, they will get drunk. You either leave them getting drunk or become bandits or a huge social liability to the country. So, as a matter of deliberate policy, we, as the National Universities Commission, are embarking on a massification policy so that we'll make sure that we broaden access to, like President Jonathan did in his own time, so that we do not leave that huge chunk unaccounted for. I agree with you that massification should not be at the expense of quality. That notion that our programs, our provisions must be seen to be at full strength at all times. And you spoke about Harvard. I mean, Harvard, 1639 started with only 8 students. We have to begin like that. It's an incubation. It's a gestation period. Africa, some universities will not make it. We're very conscious of that, like a startup business. But that does not in any way diminish the importance that we attach to the deliberate policy of expanding access and broadening equity in university education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I will turn over to the audience and take just a few interventions from those who might want to make a contribution to this debate. So please get yourself ready. But before I do that, let me come back to you, Dr. Mumba, as I promised to do, and to raise the question of what we need to do as Africans in order to anchor a certain identity that we wish to impart on our people for the purpose of the transformation of the continent. Again, keeping in mind, as we have heard from the keynote speaker, that at the end of the day, every knowledge begins from the local.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Again, I think we should go away from this great summit having understood maybe 3 very brief things. Number one, through the speakers and also the panelists that are here, it has been established beyond reasonable doubt that education is the panacea to growth and development in Africa. And we need to invest whatever we can into this sector to ensure that we produce an educated population. It's our only way out. Secondly, through the keynote speaker, the professor, he has outlined for us a list of our sicknesses and provided possible cures to those sicknesses. So Africans are not aware of our problems. We are not aware of our failures. We are exactly there where we are now frustrated that so many years later, we still are the ones who are being called the backward ones. So those facts are established. So it is important to note also that history teaches us that nobody out there really cares or is sympathetic to the problems of Africa. History doesn't favor that thought that they care about how we develop. History suggests that the backward we are, the more other societies prosper and enjoy it, which means our answer to our prosperity is in our hands. And until we own this challenge, nobody's going to fix it for us. But we can't become that until we become confident of ourselves, that we are able to achieve what needs to be achieved. When you look at Africans, we may look ordinary on the continent of Africa. But when you go overseas, even to the United States, the first world, some of the key people in their governance system are Africans. The greatest scientists in those countries are Africans. The greatest thinkers in those countries are Africans. This is the situation we have in our hands, which brings me to the last point, that after we understand that the world is not interested in us and our prosperity, after we understand our problems, the next challenge we have as we go home is that we must find a way in which we need to choose leaders that are equal to the task amongst ourselves. People say, it is said that everything begins and ends with leadership. The challenge of Africa, which has been made complicated by democracy in the midst of poverty and ignorance, has produced leaders at certain times that are of no use to catching this new mindset of knowing who we are, what we can achieve, and the very fact that we can make Africa great as a continent. I thank you.
Thank you. Excellent points, Dr. Mumba. You talked about the diaspora. You talked about the immense talent. Africa is actually one region of the world that also leaks talents. Even those talents that manage not to get drunk and make it through the system and out of the continent end up being captured and kept in their new abodes in the Americas and Europe, given citizenship on fast track and kept away as much as possible from this continent. Nobody owes us a living. Dr. Fofana, you came back. You came back from the United States. You came to try to do something different back in Sierra Leone. What will it take for African governments, for African leadership to bring talent back home to the continent in the way in which India did, as told by the High Commissioner, in the way in which China has done to try to leverage its transformation?
Thank you very much, Doctor. I came back from the UK and the US. What it will take is active listening. Our leaders need to listen and try to appreciate what we bring to the table. Without that, many people in the diaspora wouldn't want to risk their children's education to come back and start all over. I say in Sierra Leone, when people say, how have you managed over the last 15 years? I say, you know, people say, in Africa, we get witch. I say, it takes a special kind of witchcraft that is well managed and well protected, maybe patent. We need to patent it for you to the level of resilience that it takes to leave the diaspora to come home is something that we cannot take for granted. When I returned home, I've served in the UN, I've served in government, but I looked at the gaps. What can I do? So it's not just about government. We also need to know that this is our continent and we must give back. We should not leave it to government. We should have that responsibility. And that's what brought me back. It wasn't government. It was my decision to come home. And now, the greatest problem that I see, I have been a deputy leader of a political party, etc. But access to finance for women, especially our women in the informal sector, is my biggest passion right now. Government cannot do everything. So I came back, and what we did is what took me to Yale. Okay, that's how I met Anne. Because the women in the informal sector are bank governors. They have their osusu. I don't know if you call it that in Nigeria. Okay, osusu. They've been doing this for 20 years. If they were in higher education, they would be professors like professor here and professor, and even our keynote speaker. But we fail to really look at the importance of this. And so what I've been doing over the last 4 years is how to really work with our traditional institutions, our local women, and bring in the savings that they make informally into the informal sector. We said to the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, we want to open our own bank. And that was inspired by the women in Kenya and Zambia. Collateral is an issue, but the women in Kenya told us that trust was a collateral. How do you go to a bank and say trust is collateral? But we wanted the bank to know that we have not been banked as women using these imported ways of banking. We don't understand it. That's what the women were saying. So we went to the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank and said, we want to profile a solution in making sure that the monies that women have in the informal sector comes into the formal sector. That way they could also have access to financial services. And we've done that for the last 2 years. The Sierra Leone Commercial Bank actually now has a women's banking unit, which is co-piloted and co-owned by us. We have the product called the Women's Banking Product, approved by the Bank of Sierra Leone, on the terms that the women brought. We don't want loans for 1 year. We want loans for 6 months, based on our business cycle. So 3 months, 4 months, and single digits only. Our typical interest rate is 25% in Sierra Leone. So we have loans, we're giving loans to women from 5%, 7%, and 9%. And the bank didn't believe us. But these are innovative, innovation is not just about, these are the innovative ways that works for our women. Today, that product is outperforming the standard products in the bank because our women saved $150,000 in local currency even before they started getting loans. And as we speak, we have 0 non-performing loans since we've been loaning women from $100 to $10,000. Our product is outperforming. So now, these are the kinds of interjections that you should do. We realize that the bank is getting a little bit jittery. We have decided at the last women's conference, I went ahead with my company and registered the Women's Green Bank. In 2026, we are going to put what we know, put all our boxes all over the place. The women will capitalize that bank and make sure that we get our license to have our own national commercial bank, not a microcredit institution. These are the kinds of things that we bring from the diaspora, but we also want government, our leaders, to listen. That just because I'm not in your political party doesn't mean you should close the door for me to be able to participate in national governance. And this is critical. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. High Commissioner, India, 5 pillars, first Prime Minister Pandit Nehru. Those 5 pillars were pursued even after Pandit Nehru left the scene. Indira Gandhi came, Rajiv Gandhi came, Modi came, various other short-term prime ministers came. What was the secret of continuity? What was it in the Indian system that ensured policy continuity in spite of the fact that the initiators of the 5 pillars had left the scene many years earlier.
Democracy, in the sense that when a political party has to either perform or perish, then democracy ensures that the consecutive political parties also continue with the same policies or better the existing policies, throw away the non-working policies and continue to improve upon things. So one thing is a functioning democracy in which currently we just had our childhood. I have never had jollof rice. Now, if you introduce jollof rice to me, I might not go back to pub on a daily basis. I will go back to pub. So when you give better things to a person, when a person gets used to those better things, then it is very difficult for that person to reverse the whole process. So when children can get good education, because of that education, good employability, because of that good lifestyle, or iPad and things like that in their own homes. So nobody would like to go back. So once you introduce better things, that would certainly be permanent and sustainable. And third thing, finally, is about creating institutions and systems. When you put in some plan, if you have to ensure that it continues, you will have to create institutions that will keep supporting that, whether it is the funding part of it or whether it is the legalities and the parameters which are to be defined for executing those plans and policies. So I was mentioning about the education cess. The 2% education cess, which brings in about $6 billion every year, certainly supports the educational system in a big way, apart from the GDP contribution also, budgetary contribution also. So these are the 3 major things I would say.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me turn to the audience, and I would begin with His Excellency President.
Thank you very much. I have a few small questions to my friend, India Ambassador, please. Just I would like to know, is education mandatory and free in your constitution in India? Do you understand?
I can't hear it clearly.
Is education mandatory and free in your constitution? The second question, does the state subsidize education, primary, secondary area, and so on? Or are school canteens organized? Or are teachers trained? What about the control bodies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's for the High Commissioner. Warehouse it. Let me take a few more from the audience. Professor Julius Okoji, former Executive Secretary of the NUC, who was also involved in midwifing the Special Presidential Scholarship Scheme during the Jonathan years.
Okay.
Professor Okoji.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to President Jonathan, I'm just Professor Julius. That's the only way he knows me. There are certain things we didn't disclose about his purposeful, firm, and strict leadership, and was very fair too.
Can't hear it.
I was in my office one day, and they were going to select pro-chancellors of universities and chancellors. And then I was asked to show up there. When I got there, the president was asking me, what are the rules? How do you select? We have to lay down the ground rules. Ordinarily, you just hear that you have appointed councils and chairmen. The same thing happened in the choice of our scholarship students. There was no candidate from Bayelsa, where the president is from. There was no candidate selected from Kaduna, where the vice president was from. There was no candidate from Ebonyi, where Pausayi was from. In fact, the people who reported to didn't have candidates at all. And nobody queried it because the man at the top was firm, fair, and clever. So ordinarily, when you have a good and purposeful leader, hello? Can we have some quiet here? Let me continue. I think they are looking for food. And the universities we built, the 12 universities, Mr. President didn't choose any location. He just said, establish a federal university in a state where it does not exist. How we chose the town, how much we're going to spend, we just wrote our memos. I've never seen that level of trust at our level. That's what really embarrassed me. He was so trusting, and so we also had to do well in what we were doing. Ordinarily, the issue of Africa and the project we are making, Africa is not gone yet. We still have some of the biggest plant and animal resources in the world, the greatest lakes, and we share resources. Just as somebody was saying much earlier, we have also have our own tradition and ways of living. We're great farmers. So we probably have developed things that help us. I know at the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, I would say Nigeria is the greatest producer of gari in the world, to the extent that it was admitted in the strategic grain reserve during the Liberian War. Till date, Ogun State is still the great producer of gari. At the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, we developed a variety of cowpea. And went into association with
Moderator, Professor.
with the food industry. So I'm saying that what we are doing, Africa has not gone too bad. We have also had our own problems. Nigeria had a civil war, we recover from it. And if we have purposeful leadership and firm and interesting leadership, there's no way we will not make it. And at the National University Commission, the purpose is to expand access and quality and allow private sector participation. Except do that, we cannot improve the system alone. And there are individuals too, in their own letting, who are adopting schools. Those who have left their honorary secondary school and primary school have gone back to their hometown to adopt their schools and improve them. That happened in Aturomi. Government school that my father attended, all my sisters. We got some 30 million naira donation to improve the facilities there. So you cannot leave the system to government alone. So I think that is what I have to contribute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry the noise at the back is making it no longer pleasant to continue this dialogue. And we'll have to close the general participation at this point. But let me allow the High Commissioner to say a few words in response to the question from President Boni Yayi, and then we'll wrap it up. Yeah. Okay, I'll also, maybe High Commissioner, please hold on. Let me call Her Excellency, First Lady Patience Jonathan.
His Excellencies, the former presidents that are here, and our host, the Executive Governor of Edo State, and his dear wife. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I just have a suggestion to make, especially when I had the key speaker that spoke, and my dear sister from Celeron that also spoke about talented children, and also he spoke about it. So I feel that I have little thing to contribute to that talented children. And I feel the talented children, what we are talking about here today is functional education. And these talented children are from the rich and also from the poor. from the local governments down to the federal government, from the villages. But when they are choosing these talented children, are they choosing them from the villages? Also, trying to touch the poor ones, not choosing only the rich ones. And these poor ones that are in the villages, I know some of them are very, very poor. They cannot afford the school fees. How did they choose them? How did they sponsor them? So I feel when we are talking about functional education, we should look at it up. That's the ministries, the commissioners, down to the grassroots. And every school should have an employed psychologist, because these psychologists are very, very important. They are very, very important, because when the teachers identify a talented student, the teacher has to send this child to the psychologist who will look at it and now investigate about it, especially to the inspectors that are going to the schools. How did they reach out to these talented ones and choose them? And now the commissioners, the ministries now open a special school for them in their states, in their local governments, and also in the federal level, where these talented ones, not that we have talented ones, we have the middle class, and we have those ones that are low to study. So this talented one, after everything, they have to pull the middle class and also pull the lower class to the top. That's what I feel. Like I know in those days when we were in school, some of us, how we get where we get is these talented ones that after they study, because they are genius, so they will come to us that are low or middle class and tell us that we are true, we are here for you. So, Mrs. Jonathan, tell me what you are lacking. I will teach you. And they are there for us. So let us bring back those days learning to these present ones. It will help us a lot. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, First Lady. Clearly, you have a calming effect on this audience, more than anybody else. And thank you for your intervention. High Commissioner, your final words. Also, I'll give you just a minute each, sound bites.
Thank you.
So that we can round up.
Excellency, thank you for the question. Constitution-wise in India, education falls in the concurrent list. So both the center, the federal government and the state government do have responsibilities on education, and both of them run schools and colleges and universities. 76% of the educational system, schools and colleges, are with the state governments, and 24% are with the central government. And recently in 2022, Excellency, we have made education as a fundamental right to every child above the age of 6 up to the age of 16. So, and a free education for this child. As far as educational system is concerned, it is in both in government sector and in private sector. Private sector charges what they have to. The government subsidizes to a very great extent. I am a product of a government school. I used to pay about 5 cents per month for my education. And so many of the schools are free also, but even if it is charged, it is at a very minimal level, so that there is some continuity and some interest shown by the parents also to send the child to the school. So this is how we have organized it, Excellency.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Mr. Tikum, maybe Mr. Tikum, you could tell us, you signed an MOU. What is the UNDP proposing to do with the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation?
Thank you very much, Professor. I think, as you can see, we have in the room 3 former heads of state. We have President Goodluck, we have President Yahya Boni, but we also have President Uhuru Kenyatta. One of the things we're discussing with President Jonathan's Foundation is to find a way to use these former African statesmen for a couple of things. One, for elements of preventive diplomacy and democracy on the continent. If you look at what is happening in this region now, with coup d'etat upon coup d'etat, with political contestations that surrounds elections, what we are noticing is that we only call upon them to come in and be electoral observers. I think what the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation is putting forward is a different way of thinking on how we use these former statesmen, how we use them to create dialogue and spaces for conversation between different political parties, different leadership structures, how we use them to inspire a new model of leadership. I told President Jonathan in Senegal that what he did in Nigeria inadvertently has inspired a generation of African presidents to want to emulate his example. He called his opponent and congratulated him when everybody was still expecting the worst. That had never happened on the continent of Africa. And we think that that example, UNDP offers a platform that can help a Goodluck Jonathan's Foundation bring that kind of example to the continent. And perhaps, if we are fortunate, we would have this dialogue and still to plead with the president. We would have this same dialogue next year in a different country. Why not? Because the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation has grown bigger than Nigeria. It has to be able to transport the good deeds of the foundation to different countries. So that's the purpose of the MOU we signed. But let me wrap up here, Prof. I started off by saying, in my opinion, education is an act of liberation. It is an act, or it's a mechanism that must allow us as Africans liberate ourselves also from our own inability to anticipate the future. What we are doing with the foundation is, in a way, anticipate what the future might look like and use the expertise and the almost 100 years of experience that we have here to service the new crop of leadership. 5 years or 10 years ago, I really love what the MC last night told us. 5 years or 10 years ago, we had black and white TV. Today, nobody needs a TV. You can watch a movie on your phone. Today, we speak in our cell phones, in our watches. What would happen 10 years, 20 years from now? And why must Africa not be one of those continents that help to think and anticipate what is coming and invest in making that reality come to fruition on the continent? This is what UNDP works on, and this is what we are hoping the entire UN system, UNESCO, UNDP, UNICEF, to support our governments and our member states to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal as it pertains to SDG, to education, and before we get to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Meyaki, your final thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I think the sentiments have all been canvassed here today. The need for us to raise the bar for Africa. Increase investments in education, in infrastructure, and we need to leverage on technology because digital delivery has changed completely the dynamics. I think time for Africa and African leaders to think technology and how best we can bring the benefits of education to our people. And my final thought is to once again congratulate the foundation and to pray that this third edition, will be that game-changing moment, that moment of inspiration for Africa and Africans to promote politics and governance as value-adding enterprises with the value added, the community, the families, and using education, because education is at the heart of all that we do. I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Fofana.
My final words are that the African continent should be intentional about educating women and girls, especially girls, that the African continent, our leaders, should give us space, be inclusive, trust us, women are trustworthy, together we can work and make this continent the best continent on earth. But you cannot do it without us, so think about it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viawe.
Functional education is key. And for me, I think we have to go beyond. We've had this really wonderful and enriching dialogue. The next steps now is what are the actions we need to take. And we are fortunate in Edo State that we have Edo Best. We have just started that whole systems change. And we hope to continue to build on that and sustain that. I was actually quite happy to hear the Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Minister of Education, talk about what he is doing now under the framework of DOTS to bring back quality education to Nigeria. We cannot say it enough, and I think I'm probably the only commissioner of education on this panel, and I want to use this opportunity to say that the current indexes are not to our favor. We have the highest out of school children rates in the world. We have the highest number of children who can't read and write well at the age of 10. So learning poverty in Africa is quite high. So we can't just come and talk. We must think about what are those best practices that we can borrow from. Edo is doing something. Kenya has done something. Rwanda is doing something. So we can certainly borrow from other countries. We can learn from what we are doing in the continent. It's not about going to Finland or going to the UK. Those tend to be jamborees. Let us learn from home. And what Governor Obaseki has taught us in Edo State is that it's not about the money. It's about having a clear vision, having a plan, and having the commitment and the political will to say that education is important. Education is not about politics. Education is about the future of Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Dr. Mumba.
Thank you so much. There's always bad leadership and good leadership. Let me close by thanking the leadership that has put this event together. I think that what our leaders before us did for us is to create an infrastructure within which we can develop education and other aspects. I am amazed at the team that President Goodluck Jonathan has brought together. He himself is a demonstration of quality leadership. Quality leadership, because I don't know how many former presidents are attracting these crowds to be able to instill leadership and what is quality in them. And for him to have given us the victory in terms of free and fair election, which he himself knows is my passion, free and fair election, he gave it to Nigeria and to the rest of Africa. So that's quality. Look at the people he has invited. He has invited the president, former president of Benin, who was President Yaya, who was our boss at the African Union, and the things he instituted during his term. We salute you, sir, for the infrastructure. We also look at President Uhuru from Kenya and the kind of respect that he gave to the name of Kenya under his leadership. Yes, the current president went to America, was given a glamorous welcome, but it would not have happened if Kenya did not carry a certain type of image. And that image can be attributed to President Uhuru's leadership.
Thank you.
We also want to finally thank the governor for Edo State. What a wonderful and appropriate place to hold such an important summit. You have made it. As we learn theoretically You have taught us practically how to get it done. May God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of this panel. And in many ways, Dr. Mumba, you have taken some of the words out of me. Thank you for that. I can definitely myself say, as somebody who did all of his education up to undergraduate studies in Nigeria, that to be in a class with a student from Edo State, what was then known at the point as Bendel State, was to be ready for serious academic competition. And some of our best competitors with whom we fought to get first, second, and third position, as I remember from my school at FGC Sokoto, were from Edo State, including the current executive director or director general of the Debt Management Office, Patience Oniha, who was my classmate, first class lady, and she graduated first class from the University of Benin. So, Governor, you are building on the foundation of a people who set great store by education. And what you have tried to do in trying to revive the culture of learning and to use learning as an aptitude not only for earning a living, but also for transforming society, is one which we have to salute and salute immensely. I'd like also to thank His Excellency President Jonathan for this theme. Right from the time the second dialogue ended in Yenagoa last year, and Governor Obaseki was there, the president said, you know, maybe for the next dialogue, we should look at the role of education in transformation and democratization. And he went out of his way to assemble not only a first-class keynote speaker, but also a panel, which you have seen today, that has tried its best to do justice to this subject. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this. For me, altogether, the final message which we take is that nobody owes Africa a living. Nobody owes us a living. We better wake up, pull ourselves up. The keynote speaker warned us, if we don't get it right, and the window is probably not too wide open anymore, if we do not get it right, we risk being recolonized all over again. We should have learned the lesson of history that our destiny belongs in our hands. And the surest way to securing our place and our dignity in the world is through the way of education, education, and education. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. And I would now hand over to our...
Thank you. Please let the applause be better for our moderator and panelists. We'd like His Excellency, the former president, and his wife to please join them for group photographs, and the governor of Edo State and his wife also, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the moderator and panelists have done justice to the theme of the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Day Dialogue. And so the cameramen are set. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly take the group photographs before we move to reactions from the special guests. And that's talking about the governors and representatives of governors who are here. Ma'am Genevieve, well done. All right. Cameraman, are you good to go? Can we have someone move over here, please? The UNDP director, please move over here. Thank you. All right, is this better? Thank you very much. Thank you. You may go back to your seats. Thank you. And as they go, I would like to recognize Her Excellency Professor Mrs. Ngozi Mma Odu, the DSSRS Deputy Governor of Rivers State. You're welcome, Professor Ma'am. Thank you. She is here representing the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Simini Alayi Fubara, GSSRS. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an awesome time here in Edo State, Benin, the capital, as we have discussions that will propel Africa and empower Africans. We're not done, we're not done. We'd like everyone to please return to their seats. We are not done. Those on the thoroughfare, please make way for them to get back to their seats. Thank you. Please make way. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we have quiet in the hall? Thank you. Thank you. Before I invite our next speaker to speak for just a couple of minutes, Her Excellency, the wife of the former president of Nigeria, made a statement, and she was talking about the gifted kids. And if you remember, our keynote speaker also said something about the gifted children. 18 years ago, in the year 2006, when the former president was governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan picked 100 children. We called them the gifted children. These children were picked from the hinterlands, from the communities, and they were tested and discovered to be geniuses. And what did His Excellency do? He sent them to the best schools. As we speak, most of those children are doing very well in different countries and even in Nigeria. As they have graduated, they were sponsored for secondary to tertiary level. Those 100 kids are now shining stars. So while we're talking about the gifted children now, he saw the vision 18 years ago. Please put your hands together for His Excellency again. And so may I at this point, with all sense of humility and joy, welcome to the microphone His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Lawrence Erujakpo, PhD, Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. The man gifted with skills, oratorial skills, and of course, a hard worker. He was two-term commissioner for works in Bayelsa State, and so many infrastructural projects to improve the aesthetics of Bayelsa State was carried out during his tenure. Please, a round of applause again for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you sure it's on? Okay. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON. Like I reminded yesterday, our step senior brother, the Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, and his beautiful and prolific wife, the former president of Benin Republic, the former president of Kenya. Sorry, I forgot to call my mother. I'm very sorry. I went straight. My mother, Dr. Dame Fakai Patience Jonathan, wife of the former president of Nigeria, Mama Peace of Africa. The former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the former vice president of the Republic of Zambia, my colleagues, deputy governors, speakers, the honorable minister, please, for want of time and for the purposes of stretching our patience beyond reasonable doubt, even though we have our mother patients in the house, I wish to sit by the existing protocol because a lot of people have stand on the existing protocol. And I think that the protocol is getting suffocated because of the heavy weights on the protocol. First of all, I want to thank Mr. President for giving me the opportunity to represent my governor. As you are aware, I'm representing His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, who is unavoidably absent. You may recall that currently Africa is also meeting in the Caribbean to talk about development in Africa. And that is a place he ought to be, and he's there to see how he can bring investment to Bayelsa State. And so I'm representing him. And as you know very well, a pounded yam prepared by a child is always full of seeds. So this speech may not be as smooth as the speech shall be delivered by the governor, but I think you can manage and swallow it by picking up and picking out the seeds. You know, it's difficult to have your stomach full when you are eating from the bottom pot. We are eating from the bottom pot because everything about this dialogue has been exhausted. But I just have a little bit of issues here. First, I embrace most of the discussions. Secondly, I kiss most of the discussions, but I refuse to marry some aspect of the discussions. Because, one, in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence, we had 2 universities. And those 2 universities were universities of quality. And so the question now is that, are we doing quantity education or we are doing quality education? We must need to know and remind ourselves that while quantity occupies a space, quality edifies a space. By 1970, we had 6 universities. By 1980, we had 9 universities. By 1999, we had 15 universities. Today, we have 272. What has that huge difference made? That should be the interrogation. And so education without morality, to me, is the issue, not education with technology. Because those who rig elections are educated. Those who do Yahoo are educated. Those who rob are educated. So for me, for us in Africa, it's education without morality. That is the issue. Our certificates that are issued by the university, and thank God we have some vice chancellors here. The certificate says you have been found worthy in learning and in character. If over 3,000 or 300,000 Nigerians over the years have graduated and have been found wanting in learning and in character, why are we still having character deficiency that is affecting leadership and now if affecting progress and development, which this dialogue seeks to address? Because that is the nexus. So the education has not mated with the morality is supposed to go. So character without education, education without character is no education. And so I will suggest that our universities should now focus on character. I associate with the issue of talented schools, but I don't think if talented schools are talented without character, we'll still get to where we are. President Goodluck Jonathan has brought us here because he has a character. Governor Obaseki has brought us here because he has character. Uhuru Kenyatta is here because he has character. Boni Yayi is here because he has character. And so these characters should be what we should imbibe, not necessarily the education. We should also imbibe character in Africa. I believe with that, there will be a constitutional marriage between education, effective leadership, and development and progress in Africa. It's on that note, I want to thank you on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, and the good and bipolar Bayelsa State. Thank you, and God bless you.
Can we put our hands together for His Excellency? May I, at this point, appeal that the goodwill messages from our deputy governors, you kindly please stand on existing protocol and walk within 2 minutes each, please. And next, I'd like to respectfully invite the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, His Excellency Mohammed Awa Jatau. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together for His Excellency as he comes to give his goodwill message. We will appreciate some quiet and decorum at the back, please. Thank you very much indeed.
No problem. Yes, it's okay. Yes, thank you very much. Your Excellency, the founder and chairman of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and our mommy, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State and his amiable wife, distinguished visiting President and Vice Presidents here present, distinguished colleagues, Deputy Governors, may I also consider all other protocol already established by the MC and the subsequent speakers established for the purpose of time. I am here to represent His Excellency Bala Abdul Qadir Mohammed, the Governor of Bauchi State, who is your son, Your Excellency. I have listened with rapt attention the presentations of all the speakers today, and I am really confused to tell you that I was hypnotized by the way and manner the education is being impacted into me. I begin to wonder and ponder, what is the problem with you